Hereby call this meeting to order. Good morning. My name is Kevin Wagner. I'm the Code Enforcement Special Magistrate for today's hearing. I will begin by explaining how the process is going to work. The city will call their cases as they appear on the agenda. If you have appeared at today's hearing, your case will be called before other cases where no one has appeared. So hopefully, if you are here, we will get you out of here promptly. Once your case is called, I ask that you come down to the podium on my right-hand side, which is over here. That would be your left. The city will put on its testimony and evidence first, and you will be given an opportunity to ask any questions of any of the city's witnesses and to examine any of that evidence. You will also be given an opportunity to testify and present me with any evidence of your own. Once I have heard all the testimony and evidence, I will make a ruling. I will also enter a written order today or at the hearing or in the next few days, which you will receive a copy of. If you have any questions as we go through the process, please feel free to ask them. This is not a formal courtroom. The formal rules of evidence do not apply here. Although this is not a formal courtroom, all testimony today is given under oath under penalty of perjury. So if you're going to testify today, or you think you might testify, or there's a possibility that you might testify, would you please rise and raise your right hand and I will swear you in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Florida? I do. Please be seated. The city can call the first case.
Matter number 6, CE 2001-0283-350 South Australian Avenue.
Michael Williams, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. Property 350 South Australian Avenue, the Edge Condo community. Certified mail was sent out on January 16th, 2020. Certified mail was returned unsigned. The property, as well as City Hall, was posted on January 16th, 2020. Additionally, the notice of violation was hand-delivered to Molly Arnold, who's the property manager on site. This particular property is a repeat violation and was cited as such for improper pruning. Improper pruning of trees and also tree abuse. 94-446-2-B and 94-446-2-C. There was a previous adjudication, 2018, and there was a finding of fact for improper trimming of trees and also tree abuse. As I said, the property was cited once again for improper pruning and tree abuse. When I hand-delivered the notice of violation to Molly Arnold, who's the community association manager, she stated to me that one of the resident owners hired someone on a Saturday on their own accord to trim one of the trees so that when the unit sells, that it gives a much better view of the lake and so forth. And in this unit owner's view, this would offer some potential buyer a greater view, basically. Mrs. Arnold indicated that this happened beyond their knowledge. I understand that this happened on a previous occasion from the city arborist, that this happened on a previous occasion by this same owner, the same unit owner. And so in light of that, the city's requesting a fine of $5,000 be imposed against the unit owner.
Is the unit owner a party to this case?
Well, while the unit owner is responsible for the violation, although the association was cited because they have the overall responsibility for the maintenance of the trees. So in light of that, any fine that is imposed, if a fine is imposed against the association, then they would, under some remedy, seek to, get the $5,000 from the unit owner.
I'm not going to look underneath their charging documents, but is there any further evidence you want to present?
I have one picture.
Hold on one second. Let me let the
Okay.
city finish, and then when they're done, I'll let you go.
No, that's it, pretty much.
All right. Go ahead, sir. Can you tell me your name, please?
Oh, yeah, my name is Robert Comstock. I'm the chief engineer for the Edge.
Rob
Comstock?
Comstock,
Yes, sir.
and you're the chief engineer. And what does that mean in this context? Are you in charge of the landscaping here?
Well, I'm not in charge of the landscaping. We have vendors and all of that, but I oversee
You
all of
oversee-
the operations of the
Okay.
building.
Go ahead, sir.
So yeah, this happened on a Saturday. This has happened in the past as well. So he's aware that he's not supposed to do that. Early Saturday morning, I forget the exact date, but he hired a tree company. They came, they pulled up along Australian. One of my maintenance guys happened to be going to our shop, which is near the location of the trees that were cut. He heard something, he went out there. Just as they were finishing up, they jumped in their truck and left. Abruptly, they actually left some branches still on the ground and everything as they left. And then he immediately notified myself and Molly, the property manager, that, the resident had cut trees yet again.
So the city's asking me here to give a $5,000 fine. What is your opinion on that?
Well, I know that the association is going to try to assess these fines or transfer them over to the unit owner. I'm not sure their exact procedures for doing that, because that's not really my area there within the association, but as the association, we don't really feel that we should be liable for it when it was a unit owner that knowingly knew he was trying to be devious by having the trees cut early Saturday morning. Because when this happened prior, we actually have hired certified arborists and came up with the 45-day rehabilitation plan for the trees and everything, and have been in compliance since the first occurrence.
So here's the tricky part about all of this. The city cites the property owner. In other words, under the premise that the property owner is generally responsible for the property. Whether you're able to recover that cost from the unit owner is beyond the scope of either my authority or the city's not going to follow up on that. That's ultimately going to be up to your company. The fine is going to be assessed on whoever the record holder of the property is. You
Understandable.
understand? Is anything further from either side?
No, sir.
So it's the city's belief that this is a willful disregard, that this was a previous case, that they were aware that they should not be doing this?
It is our belief that this was willful and extremely negligent. Also, as I said, this is a repeat violation, and I was advised by the city arborist that this particular unit owner, on a previous occasion, did illegally have some trees pruned as well.
All right, anything further from either side?
No, sir.
All right, in case CE 2001-0283, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 944462B and 944462C. Make further finding that said violation is a repeat violation under the code of the city of West Palm Beach. I make further finding said violation is irreparable and irreversible in nature. I issue a one-time fine in the amount of $5,000. Thank you for coming in.
Other matter number 7, CE 19110231, 717 37th Street.
Go ahead, sir.
Good morning, Mitch Posner, Code Enforcement, 35th Street?
7th.
37th Street, sorry. This is simply a request for an extension of boarding certificate. Code requires that if they want to extend it past the initial 6 months, they must ask the magistrate. The city has no objection to extending.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Bill Jacobson, and I represent the current owner. I should point out, just for the record, that Deutsche Bank is no longer the owner of the property. It was transferred on January 2nd. Copy of the deed was sent to the city, and the new owner of the property is a company called Hero, Hierromat, Euromat, and city has a copy of the deed. And I should tell you that the client has purchased this property. It was in foreclosure. It's gone through 3 owners. Deutsche Bank had a board and secure on it. We're hoping to extend it. We have a demolition permit pending, building permit coming right after that. The property will be demolished and all the issues taken care of. So,
How long are you seeking to extend the boarding permit for?
Sir, the city code specifies 6 months at a time.
yeah, we'll be in the ground and finished by then, hopefully.
All right, KCE 191102231. Make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I hereby extend the boarding permit for 6 months.
Thank you very much.
Sir, here's a copy of your order.
Thanks for coming in.
Number 41, CE 20010126, 3901 36th Court, Unit B208. Forty, 41, and 43. Okay. Also, matter number 40, CE 20010120, 3901 36th Court, and matter number 43, CE 20010164, 3901 36th Court, Unit E203.
Okay, so I'm going to start off with number 40, 3901 36th Court. The property was cited on 1/8/20. The property was posted, and City Hall was also posted on 1/14/20, and certified mail was sent on 1/10/20. The property was cited for 18-103B, 18-103F, 18-103J, 18-106J, 18-214A, 18-265, 18-95A, 34-102-B, 74-4-B, 94-442-C1, 94-446-2-C-3, and 94-487-B3. The property has since complied with 94-487-B3. All other violations remain. The city is asking for a split order for 18-106-J, 18-214A, 18-265, and 34-102B, and 74-4-B. The city is asking for 10 days or $100 per day. For 18-103B, 18-103F, 18-103J, 18-95-A, 94-442-C1, and 94-446-2.
I can't keep up. You're going way too fast for me.
Okay.
The second one, start 18103B, 18103J.
18103B, 18103F, 18103J, 1895A, 94-442C1, 94-446-2-C-3. The city is asking for 30 days or $500 per day until compliance is achieved.
30 days or $500 per day?
Yes. The reason why the city is asking for $500 per day, this property is continuously cited for violations on whether it be the unit or the complex itself. And so far, like, those fines are just running. and the property remains in violation.
So this is a repeat violation.
Correct.
Which sections has the property previously been held in violation of?
As far as the individual unit, because they're individually parceled, it has fines running on some of the individual units. As far as the parcel for the main property, that doesn't have any repeat violations on there, but some of the individual units were cited for some of these issues as far as electrical issues and issues on the inside of the units. And those units are running fines. They haven't been addressed.
Is it the same owner?
It is the same owner. And there are also 2 other properties that are in violations for the same owner today.
Okay. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Sure. My name is Saul Ganuth.
Saul
Ganuth.
Ganuth. And what is your relation to the owner, Piper Ventures LLC?
I am the one of the property managers at the property in question here.
So why don't you tell me what's going on, sir?
Sure.
Sir, could I inquire more?
Yes.
Mr. Ineth, do you have proper authorization from the corporation as the property manager to show us today or to
Yes.
declare to us today that you can represent them
Absolutely, yes.
in regards to a hearing? Do they know of this hearing today?
They know, they expect a full report after the hearing, so they know I'm here and I'm representing them. The company that owns the property is located in New York, and I have been the property manager for about six months now, 7 months. And so, yes, just to answer your question, I am authorized to be here.
And do you have authority from them to resolve issues that come up in hearing?
Yes.
Okay.
Is the city satisfied?
Satisfied.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'll address the issues over here. Just to give a brief background, this property is an unusual property in that it's what's called a fractured condominium, where it was originally built and developed as a condominium complex back in the early 70s. Over the years, it declined significantly. A lot of the property was condemned. Several years ago, probably about 5 or 6 years ago, another investor came in and started purchasing individual units and renting them out. The company I'm associated with, they purchased his units about 1.5 years ago now. At that point, there were about 48 of the 69 units. Since that time, we have acquired an additional about 12 units by purchasing them individually from the owners. The problem with this property is that because it wasn't ever uniformly managed, because every property basically was responsible for their own maintenance, other than common area maintenance, no unit is similar. There are different types of issues with each one, some of which we discovered only after purchasing, and we've been trying to deal with it. As there's a lot going on over there, as Ms. Clark can attest, and I can attest. The problem we've had, at least certainly in the last year, is just finding maintenance personnel who can actually do the job and do it well. We've gone through a litany of maintenance people, temporary, full-time, resident people who've lived over there. Sometimes they've worked for a short while, they worked out well, sometimes some people have, but it's never been consistent. So it's an ongoing situation where we're trying to deal with both work orders, meaning issues that come up in apartments every day, as well as, excuse me, as well as some of these property issues or site issues. And we're trying to balance that, and code enforcement issues, which we know we are aware of. To address this particular issue with regards to property issues, which most of these are about, I can tell you that with regards to a boarding certificate being required, et cetera, those boards actually go back to Hurricane Dorian. When everybody thought it was going to be hitting hard, we actually went out over the few days before then, acquired dozens and dozens of plywood boards, hired additional people to put them up over all the windows and glass doors. Fortunately, it passed. There was no damage, and we took them down. Some we did not take down right away because in some cases we had no access. In some cases, these were owners. There are still about 7 or 8 individual owners who had them up. As the manager of the HOA as well, such as it is, we informed them they must take it down. Some did, some didn't. At this point, there are no boards, there are no windows that are boarded up on the property. Those have all been removed. So as far as this issue goes, that's been dealt with. The 1895A about the front door lights and exit signs, those have been replaced. Those are all working right now. As far as 34102B about inoperative vehicles, just this past last week and the beginning of this week, we had our tow company with whom we have a contract tow away several cars, and we're getting rid of all those cars that are not supposed to be there. As far as 744B, appliances being stored, several locations. There are no appliances outside right now. We have a container in which we put old appliances or used appliances, as well as in other storage areas. So there's nothing out there. The trailer being parked in front of this property, 94487B3, that was a
City's already
tenant who was
conceded
parking it
that-
over there. He was warned a
City's already
couple of
conceded That's
times.
in compliance.
Pardon?
City's already conceded that's in compliance.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. As far as the others, we are aware of that. We are dealing with them. We have, as far as, let's go from the top, repair rotten wood, roof, exterior walls, and/or foundation. As we can, we deal with those issues. Exterior walls, I'm not aware of too many issues like that. We address them as we come across them, particularly if they're related to units outside a particular unit. With regards to exterior stairway, yes, we know that the exterior stairway is cast iron rails. We've repaired some of it. We know we're going to have to do a complete repair. We try to remove any kind of hazardous situation initially as soon as we become aware of it, but there is a plan to redo all of it, either to...
Let's back up just for a second.
Sure.
So 18103B, what is the issue with 18103B, Officer Clark?
Give me just 1 second, please. Okay, so 18103B is for, as you can see in the pictures, like especially the E building where there's like exterior repair that's needed. You can see the crack along the wall or missing, like where the concrete, like at some of the base of the structure, you can see where little pieces are missing. But it's mainly for like the cracks along the wall.
Mr. Muth, you
Issues
understand
like that, like there.
So it's cracks in the
Yes.
cement, I guess?
And in
or
some
the-
cases, like pieces of the walls missing.
You understand that, sir?
Yes. So as I mentioned, we've looked, obviously, we've gone through all of the property and looked at if it's, looks like it's structural, we have somebody come in and take a look at it and make sure. We've not found anything that looks like it's a structural hazard. These are cracks. Many of them are just settling cracks. Some of them are stucco cracks, that the stucco was there and it came off.
The city's not claiming that they're a safety hazard, or they'd be asking me for
Right.
something else. They're claiming it's a violation of the code. So whether it's structural or not, you still have to fix them.
Understood. But the point I was trying to make earlier about the condition of the property and the this ongoing series of things that we have to address, we try to address those that are affect the tenants first. Particularly, we get a lot of leaks. We have upper and lower units. If there's a leak in the upper unit, it affects the lower unit as well. Those are the things that take first priority, making sure we can correct that, and then fix any damage as a result of that, such as damaged walls or drywall, et cetera. These are certainly on a list. We have work orders for them, but they're not at the top of the list, if you will. As we get to them, we will get to them, and the plan, of course, is to fix all of that. Some that are outside of a unit, as we're dealing with the unit, sometimes we replace doors. As we replace the doors, we repair the stucco on the side of the doors or adjacent to it. if we're working in that area already. It's not that they're being ignored, but they're not, as I said, top priority for us right
All right,
now.
you understand the condition with the stairwell, 18103F?
The F, yes. So, as I started saying before, that if there is a hazard there, we address it. We either try to grind it down. In some cases, we have actually repaired it, and where our previous maintenance man was able to weld it together where it was coming apart in some cases. We recognize it's going to require a complete overhaul. We have been taking bids to address another issue here, which is actually the next one, 103J. We have already received several bids for a complete exterior paint job. And once again, to address these cracks, when you paint, part of the painting bid would be to fill in all cracks, repair any stucco prior to painting, so that it will all be addressed at the same time. It is the plan of the company to redo all of that. So that is in the works. It's not, again, not being ignored.
Okay.
Um,
It seems to me that there is an agreement that these things have to be fixed. The question is the time. So
Correct.
the city wants to give you 10 days for some of these and 30 days for the others. How do you feel about that time frame?
Okay, frankly, for things that might represent, something, if there are sharp, jagged edges, yes, I understand that. We'll address that and deal with that, and we focus on that first. As far as painting the exterior of the property, you're talking about a total of 5, actually 6 buildings that would be part of that. That's a big job. We are getting bids. We'd like more time on that because A, it doesn't represent an immediate hazard or danger, and it's something that is being planned. And we'd like to address some of these other things during those 30 days that we have, which we feel are require more immediate attention. With regards to
Give me some times that you're asking for, because there's a lot going on here. How much time do you need and for what?
Oh, should I go point by point, how much time
Yeah.
we might need? Yeah, okay. So, 103B, I can't say because I don't know specifically what specifically we're talking about. If we're talking about, like the pictures we saw about some cracks in the stucco or cracks in the wall, as I said, that will be addressed or it could be addressed. Typically, it is addressed at the time when you're painting everything. Part of that contract would include repairing anything prior to painting.
Give me a time frame.
Okay, sorry. If we can get 90 days on that, I think that would work for us.
Sir, if I may?
Yep.
Okay, just a little more background on this. I understand he's been there 6 months, and I understand he's outlining their problems with the property. The city has severe problems with the property. We've been dealing under this ownership for the last 2 years. The amount of time the city has put into this property and the various issues of the various units is frankly obscene. The amount of times that Officer Clark has gone out and had to fail re-inspections because instead of fixing A, B, and C, they fixed A, then the second time they fixed B. She keeps having to fail inspections. They own 60 units, many of which are unlicensed for rental. They've got over 10 cases.
That's not an issue before me. You can't bring up other issues that are unrelated to this one. You know that.
If they're repeat on the same issues?
But that's not cited for this.
Okay. Just ownership history. You've got 3 cases pending before you today alone.
Okay. 18103F, how much time do you need?
Okay, so the jagged edges, if there are any jagged edges, we'd inspect them again. We'd repair those right away, but to do it overall, to make sure that there are no, if there are any hazards, we'd address those immediately. Those we can get done in 10 days. As for the balance of it, I would say a total of 60 days would probably be sufficient. Here again, we'd have to get contractors, bid it out. We started doing some of it just with our own maintenance staff, but that didn't work.
Paint?
Paint, I'd go back to the 90 days for the exterior.
You say you've already taken down the boards?
Yes. And on 106J, I don't know if you addressed that, the graffiti has been removed.
The electrical?
The front door lights and exit signs,
Yep.
been dealt with, repaired,
The inoperable vehicles?
gone,
Outside storage?
gone.
Landscaping?
Landscaping, we do have a landscaping contractor. We do keep ground covering. They do trim bushes and trees. Part of our plan is to redo the entire landscaping, but given all the other things that are going on over there, we're just trying to maintain right now. If there are bare areas, we'd have to go revisit it, and I just tell them, we try to get that. Part of our problem is there is no irrigation system in place. We've actually we got bids a few months ago yet to do irrigation, but here again, these are all costly issues and we can't address them all at once. We will address any areas that are bare for the short term to deal with that, but we are,
Give me a time frame.
for the bare areas, 45 days, I'd say we can get those done.
Removing the stumps?
Move the stumps, that should be done within 30 days.
All right, let me just go through with the city real quick. Your recommendations were two-part. They were either 10 days or 30 days. Let's go through these in order real quick from
Sure.
your side. For the city, 18103B, how long did you want to give them on that? They're asking for 90.
Correct.
What's the city's position on that?
The city has no objections to the 90 days.
The city doesn't object to 90?
No.
Okay. On 18103F, the stairway, I think they were asking for 60. What's the city's position on that?
The city is still recommending 30 days. Not only does it have jagged edges, it's missing some of the slots for the metal slots, and a small child could easily fall through that.
18103J, the exterior paint, I think they were asking for, what did you ask for on that one?
90.
90? What's the city's position on their
The
request there?
city has no objections to the 90 days.
All right, graffiti they say is gone, so we can make that 10 days. The boarding they say is gone, so I'll make that 10 days. Electrical they say is fixed, so I'll make that 10 days. Inoperable vehicles they say are gone, so I'll make that 10 days. Outside storage they say is gone, so I'll make that 10 days. Landscaping area, I think they asked for 45.
Correct.
What's the city's position on that?
The city has no objections to the 45 days.
Tree abuse, they asked for 30.
The city has no objections to 30.
Okay, and 9447B3 is in compliance, right?
Correct.
Is that everything?
Yes.
All right, in case CE 2001012, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of Code Sections 18103B, 18103F, 18103J, 18214A, 18265, 1895A, 34102B, 944B, 94442C1, 94446-2C3, and 94487B3, though that is now in compliance. Did I missed the 18106J. All right, I hereby order compliance as follows. As to 18103B, I order the respondent to come into compliance within 90 days. As to 18103F, I order the respondent to come into compliance within 30 days. As to 18103J, I order the respondent compliance within 90 days. As to 18106J, order the compliance within 10 days. As to 18214A, I order compliance within 10 days. As to 18265, I order compliance within 10 days. As to 18995A, I order compliance within 10 days. As to 34102B, I order compliance within 10 days. As to 744B, order compliance within 10 days. As to 94442C1, order compliance within 45 days. As to 94446-2C3, I order compliance within 30 days. As to 94487B3, I note that that is in compliance. Failure to comply, I assess a fine of up to $500 per day. And that is all. So I gave you your time frames, but I put the more severe fine, so you have to get these things done. I don't want to see these coming back. Understood?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
41 CE 20010126, 390136 Court, Unit B208.
Good morning, Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 390136 Court, Unit B208 was cited on 1/8/20. The property and City Hall were posted on 1/14/20, and certified mail was sent on 1/10/20. The property was cited for 18-1023, 18-103C, 18-103E, and 18-103G. The city is asking for an additional 30 days or $250 per day until compliance is achieved.
So this is a specific unit on that property, is that it?
Yes, this is Unit E208.
This is a confusing piece of property. So these are issues directly related to that specific unit and not the,
Correct.
okay, got it. So it's missing window screens, is that correct?
Missing window screens, there are issues with the exterior wall. There are issues with the windows not closing correctly, and also plumbing issues. I do have the tenant here. She would like to say something about the
Good, ma'am. Can you
repairs.
tell me your name, please?
Shamara Lewis.
So what's going on with your property?
Ever since pretty much this property, I've moved in October 2017. They took over December 2017. I've been requesting these repairs. They've not been dealing with them. I have a window that can't open because if it opens, it falls completely out. That's been since I've been telling them. They don't come and repair anything. I keep getting the same thing. Hey, we're going through maintenance people. I can't vouch for that. I've seen 10 different people working in the houses, but it's just not getting repaired. Like my floor has termites. They came and did a temporary fix, put a complete hole in the wall when they were fixing it. That never got repaired because the repairman left. They just put new boards down. They didn't really move out any of the termite infested boards. I have a leak that's leaking into my house that I've had for over a year. I've told them no one's came out. I've sent emails with all the listing of things I made, work orders, but nothing hasn't been done.
It doesn't sound great.
Okay, I've met with Lou several times. I've been to the apartment several times. We've had numerous workers go into that apartment. Some of these issues were partially addressed. Some of them left in the middle of the job. We tried to get it done. We are aware of the work orders. Some of the items have been corrected that are on this list. I don't know.
What's been corrected?
The toilet,
Nope, still
was-
not. I told you about it. I told you it continues to run, and you said you're gonna have somebody look at it because that's the water, and you guys pay the water. That never.
okay, I'm misinformed then, and we'll try, okay. That does not mean happy. Also, the AC, I know we had the AC
The AC
people in there.
That was over a year ago when it wasn't coming on at all. It comes on, it doesn't cut off unless you manually cut it off.
Okay, I know we've had not only our own repairman, but we've had our air conditioning contractor go in there and address it. If it's not working right, we will address it. These are things which we obviously will address. If we have, I will see to it that if we get 30 days on this, I will make sure they are all done to Ms. Luz's satisfaction.
All right, KCE 20010010126. I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18102.3, 18103C, 18103E, 18103G, and 18103I. Give the respondent 30 days to bring the property in compliance. A fine of up to $250 per day shall issue.
Matter number 43, CE 200100164, 3901 36th Court, Unit E203.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 3901 36th Court, Unit E203 was cited on 1/10/20. The property and City Hall were posted on 1/14/20, and certified mail was sent on 1/14/20. The property was cited for 18-1023, 18-103J, and 18-103I. The city is asking for an additional 30 days or $250 per day until compliance is achieved.
So this is, again, missing window screens. It's got a plumbing issue.
Yes.
Tell me about the plumbing issue.
The upstairs the upstairs guest bathroom, the diverter doesn't work.
Assuming for an instance that I don't know a whole lot about plumbing, what does that mean?
So there's like The diverter is like the little piece that goes up for the water to come out of the shower. Like it just falls right in, so it doesn't hold. So the water comes out through the faucet at the bottom, but
Oh,
not
okay.
through the actual
All right,
shower
I
head.
understand. So the shower isn't working properly?
Yes,
Okay. And the AC is not functioning properly?
correct.
So what's going on this one?
Is this the one we just addressed?
E203.
B208?
E203.
Okay, which unit are we looking at now? I'm confused.
E203.
A203?
E.
Oh, E203. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me. For some reason, I didn't get that one.
Well, it doesn't strike
E203.
me that there's anything here that couldn't be repaired within 30 days. I suspect most could be
Okay,
repaired quicker.
I heard there was plumbing issues, whatever. 30 days will be fine.
All right, CE, that was your request, right?
30 days, $250 per day, yes.
All right, CE 2001016 make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice sufficient, find the property in violation of 18102.3, 18103G, and 18103I. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $250 per day shall issue.
Thank you.
Matter
Thank you
number
for coming in.
That's it? Okay. I beg your pardon. I had another thing over there I thought was for today, but that's why I was confusion. Okay, thank you.
That's all I got.
Matter number 28, CE 19120011 704 36th Street.
See, the respondent was here. Not too sure if she's outside or not. I'll go ahead and start testifying anyway. Joe Patrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case in reference to a vacant single-family residence that has been vacant for several years and was recently sold with open code violations on her property to the respondent, who was here today. She's been very cooperative since purchasing the property late last year. The notice of violation issued via certified mail and posting on December 3rd gave 30 days comply for holes and cracks, flaking and peeling paint on the exterior walls, a roof in disrepair, windows in disrepair and boarded for an extended period of time, lights, electrical boxes, and hot water heater in disrepair. There was a damaged fence on the property and a landscape in need of restoration, weeds and overgrowth, some tree stumps on the property. The code enforcement officers received several complaints regarding the property, and I've met with the respondent on the property on several occasions. We discussed the violations while she was attempting to bring the property into compliance. Since the notice of violation was issued, code sections 18103B regarding the roof has come into compliance. It's been repaired. And code section 18103E is in compliance. A permit has been obtained to replace and repair the windows. The following code sections remain out of compliance. 18103I regarding the electrical boxes, lights, and hot water heater. Those remain damaged and in violation. 18103J, the building is still in need of painting. 94302A4, the damaged fence remains. The lawn remains in disrepair. The weeds, tree stumps, and et cetera. Christie indicated she'll be taking care of these violations. The city is asking for 30 days or a fine of $100 a day be opposed.
Can someone check and see if they're actually in the hallway?
I did. Yeah, I did. I believe Mitch Poser did go out there and check to see if she was out there. I'm not too sure what happened. She didn't say anything to me. I know in her conversation earlier today that she was planning on asking for more time. She said she needed 60 days.
Do you want to hold this one, do the next one, on the off chance that she's here? Do we have any other people here?
Magistrate, the city is okay with the 60 days. If she
That's
did,
what she
she
was
did ask
asking
for that. The city is okay with that, if that's okay with you, sir.
It's okay with me. But that's what she was going to come and ask me for? Is that what you're representing?
Yes, sir, that's what she told me a few minutes before the hearing, during our conversation.
All right, in CE 19120011, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18103I, 18103J, 94302A4, 9444662. Respondent 60 days to come into compliance or fine of up to $100 per day. May issue.
Matter number 32, CE 19120247, 2722 Poinsettia Ave, Unit 7.
Joe Petrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case is in reference to an apartment that was issued a notice of violation via certified mail and posting on December 30th for windows and a window air conditioning units in disrepair, missing screens, and insect infestation. The notice of violation gave the respondent 30 days to obtain a permit for and repair the windows and replace the screens. The windows are difficult to open. As the pictures show, there's some deterioration around the frames. 10 days to comply by providing the city with a service contract to clean the air conditioning units as they were leaking, appeared to have mold or mildew inside them, and 10 days to provide a contract from an exterminator regarding the insect infestation. I did not observe the insect infestation. However, the tenant, Michelle, is here today to testify. She showed me pictures and video of the insects in the apartment. Since the notice of violation was issued, and I've not heard from the respondent, but I see the property manager's here today. The respondent is familiar with the code enforcement office, as he owns several properties in the city and has had dealings with our office over the past. Regarding compliance, the air conditioning units have been replaced, so code section 18103I is now in compliance. Code section 18103E regarding the windows and screens remain out of compliance. No permit has been applied for and no screens have been installed. Code section 18106E remains out of compliance. No contract from an exterminator company has been provided to the city for the insect infestation. The city is asking for compliance within 20 days or $200 a day fine be assessed. Compliance would mean providing the city with a contract from an exterminating company, replacing the screens, repairing the windows, and if any permits are needed for the window repair, for them to actually obtain the permits. And I have the tenant here who could testify to the insect infestation.
Ma'am, can you tell me your name, please?
Michelle Christophilakis.
Michelle Christophilakis?
Christophilakis.
Okay. And you're the resident here?
Yes, I am.
And you rent this property?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so tell me what you saw.
Well, the night that I moved in, basically I wasn't aware to look for this, but my apartment was infested with cockroaches. So the first night I moved in, my neighbor had said, "Did you see bugs yet?" I said, "No, I didn't see anything." So that night I had at least 3 big cockroaches that I saw in my hall to my kitchen. Since then, the landlord did send somebody one time in a couple weeks after that to spray, but I am still seeing the bugs in my apartment. Not as frequently as when I first moved in, but I am still seeing them, and basically maybe a couple a week I'm seeing. And to me, I feel like that I still need spraying on a regular basis to get rid of them completely, because I feel like that's not sanitary to have in my apartment. And other than that, my screens and my windows I do not have, and the windows are really hard to open. That's another issue that I'm having still, that I would like resolved, because I feel like you should have screens and be able to open your windows in your place. And that's it.
Thank you, ma'am.
I have pictures of the bugs and stuff on my computer if you want me to
I
pull something
think your
up, or-
testimony is sufficient.
Okay.
Hi.
Yes, sir. Can you tell me your name?
Alberto Urechiga, property manager. I sent Nozzle Nolan there, like I would normally do. If somebody had a complaint, they came out immediately. I changed the ACs, even though those ACs were less than a year old. I put new ones. And I sent my technician to do everything on her list, put the screens, do the windows. But when I talked to him before I came, he said he didn't do it. So 30 days is fine. If not less, I can do it within a week. That's not a problem. The only reason why we didn't do that, the whole building is a planned development site, so it's going to be demolished within the next year. So the plan is we weren't going to put screens on the windows because nobody really opens those windows. But if she wants screens, we'll put it for her. That's no problem. And then we're not going to do an agreement for fumigation. But if anybody calls me, I send Nozzle Nolan immediately. I can give her authorization to call Nozzle Nolan herself when she wants service, and I would pay for it. That's no problem. It's just locking in a contract with them on a property that's, because they want a minimum 1-year contract. So I have no problem giving her authorization to call when she feels needed.
Good enough?
I've been in these units over the past year, and each unit I've been in there's been complaints of insect infestation. It's not an isolated problem. It doesn't appear to be an isolated problem. That's why the city's asking for a maintenance contract on it.
Okay.
The bug infestation
I can talk to, that's fine, I can talk to Nozzle and see if they'll probably charge more and see if they'll do a month-to-month agreement. And if they will, I'll do that. Just if you give me the 30 days, but I should be able to do that fairly quickly.
Well, then if they don't give you month-to-month, then we're talking about a year agreement then.
Well, we'll think of something. We'll think of something, so there's agreement on file.
I'm not too sure what think of something means. If you could be specific.
I'm gonna get you an agreement, I just don't know if it's gonna be a year agreement or if it's gonna be a
We
month-to-month
can go back and
agreement.
forth forever. This is what I'm going to do. In case CE 191202247, make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 18103E, 18106E. As to 18103E, I'm giving the respondent 20 days to bring the windows into repair and put screens in there. As to 18106E, I'm going to give the respondent 20 days to present evidence of a contract of some kind with an exterminating company to address the roaches and other vermin in the apartment.
I'll mail this. I'll mail it out.
Thank you for coming in.
Okay, no more respondents.
Magistrate, do we get a fine on the record on how much the fine would be? If
$200 per day.
Thank you.
Sorry, my bad.
Okay. Matter number 1, CE 03110303 is the other matter. Matter number 2, CE 191202637709 77th Way complied. Matter number 3, CE 19120060 6800 South Dixie Highway. Alex?
Is there someone here for a case that,
I don't have a sign-in sheet.
sir, did you sign in? Yes, I did. What is your case, sir?
It should be item number 7. He signed in.
Okay.
Well, let's call that one.
Matter number 7, CE 19110217 1025 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm Beach. Ooh. This property was cited on November 15th. Property was posted January 16th of this year. Property was cited for 18103J, 18106A, 9430284, 94442E, 94446-2, and 94485B1. I've had contact with the property owner. At this time, the city is asking for an additional 60 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Not well. So you're seeking 60
days,
60 days?
Yeah.
And what fine were you seeking?
$100 per day.
Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
My name is Fadi Shahood. I am the landlord of 1025 Palm Beach Lakes Boulevard.
And I presume you are the owner of Fadi Shahood Real Estate Investment LLC?
Yes, sir, I am.
All right, so tell me what's going on.
Well, sir, as far as the swale, the landscape in front of the building, I have worked on that in the past. The issue is we couldn't protect it since it's outside of my property, and I have no authorization to keep moving the people from that part away. I have called the cops several times. They kept parking, and it messed up the swale part. So I'm asking for protection, just to protect that part, so cars cannot park anymore.
All right, so I'm confused here. Is the swale property part of his property, or is that?
As I explained, along with the manager and planning and zoning, as everyone has explained to Mr. Shahud, that extension is, yes, it might be city property, but it is up for them to maintain. It is his tenants that has destroyed it. They have given him several suggestions on what to put there to defer people from parking there, but all the grass being gone and it's bare dirt, that came from his tenants. We cannot enforce his tenants not parking there. He can do that. And we've laid out plans for him. He spoke to the arborist, he spoke to the city manager, even our lighting and public works. They're trying to even put up signs there for him. But again, it's still bare dirt that needs to be replaced.
I have no problem. I have done that several times, but there was no protection to protect that part. Like I said, my tenants, the 8 tenants that I have do not have even 4 cars. They park inside the parking lot. It's the people that come at night, that gather around the building, people that come from it's an exposed area. They keep gathering there.
Magistrate, I would like
I'm
to
not
comment
able
on
to,
that.
to protect that part. That's my problem.
I would like to say that is incorrect, because even when I met on the property to discuss what needs to be done, his tenants were parked there. Even the gentleman that was going to help with the maintenance that lives there, that he has hired, parked his vehicles there. So you are aware that it is your tenants. We've spoken about this. I've came to the property, I've talked to you. And again, if we're just replacing the bare dirt, you have literally spoken to every department within the city, and we all have told you the same thing. That needs to be replaced.
All right,
It cannot be bare.
I'm not in objection of fixing
hasn't been
I'm just asking to protect it.
All right, so,
And
let me
even
go-
I'm sorry, sir, to interrupt you.
Yeah.
That
All right, so
gentleman
18103J, exterior paint, what is that?
It's just exterior paint, touch-up paint that needs to be done in the area. It's not the whole property, as I explained to him, just a little touch-up here and there.
But it's the physical building.
Yeah, the physical building. Even as you can see, especially with like where the AC units are, they're like the water's dripping and the paints are being stripped away.
All right, got it. 18106A, clean and sanitary, what is that?
It's trash everywhere. Even yesterday, you can see like they have bags of trash just hung up on the fence. It needs to be cleaned up. Maintenance has to be done.
What's the issue with the fence?
It's missing parts of it. Some of it's fine, some of it's missing parts. It doesn't go around the whole property as it should be, as you can see. Just little maintenance that needs to be done on the property.
All right, so we've already talked about the landscaping and swale. Landscape maintenance, is that something other than the swale area? Or is that-
That's part of the swale area and just the overall maintenance of the property.
And the paved and marked parking?
Yeah, that's the parking lot. And I know he told me that he spoke to the building department, and I think he's putting in the permit for that already.
Mr. Shahud, what can you tell me about any of these other ones? The exterior paint, the trash, the landscaping,
All right,
and
sir.
the parking?
All right. Well, as far as the trash goes, we clean up on a daily basis. Now, since there's a fish and hook place right next to the building. People buy their food, they walk out eating it, they throw it on the property. Then we go back next day in the morning, we clean up. I have people who are cleaning up right there. They cannot keep up with the amount of trash that come from people walking on the main Palm Beach Boulevard. You know, I mean, it's on a daily basis, on a nightly basis. There are people gathered there. And I have tried several times again calling the cops, putting no trespassing signs. The cops are not arresting nobody. With me present there, I see the cops just talking to them. That people give them excuses and they leave. It's not my tenants. The gentleman that we hired to clean up right there in that building, he doesn't have a car. He doesn't park anywhere. As she mentioned now, he doesn't own a car. As far as the paint go, there was some, the people who put their, foot on the wall. I asked a guy to paint that parts, then he went and painted at least half of the building. And sometimes people come, they grab the fence and pull it out of its place. We go back to fix it. It is fixed now. It is fixed. I'm having the issue is just protection. It's not that we are not working. We are working on it.
What's the trash situation? Is that a fair representation, as you understand, that that they clean it up daily?
I mean, that hasn't been my experience with that property that's being cleaned up daily. I mean,
I don't see no photos of any trash anywhere. I have the pictures that you provided.
yes, the same.
I don't see trash on it. It's right here.
The same picture I provided you with is the same picture that's being put up
Okay,
here.
do you see trash?
Yes, I do. That's why I cited it for, because I see it daily.
All right. Is there anything else from either side? Anything else you want to tell me, sir?
I would like the city to work with me on protecting the swales and keeping the people off of the property, please.
Just for the record, I have to say, we are working with him. We have provided him with options. Public Works is working with him. We are trying, but you have to do your part. As I mentioned in the email, as everyone has mentioned to you, we are working with you. We are going to provide you with signs. We told you what suitable plants you could put there that could deter people from parking there. We have done all of that. But this property was cited in November 15th of last year. We've had several conversations from November till today. Nothing has been done on your
Of
part.
course
as far
it
as
has
that
been
goes.
done.
But we are
Of course.
working with you. You've had conversations.
All
We've
right.
been
And
open.
I
to you.
suggested
I'm
to
good.
plant the
I'm
trees,
good.
not you, not the city. I suggested.
I'm good.
I have different suggestions as well.
Mr.
All right,
Shahood,
I'm-
Mr.
I'm-
Shahood,
I'm good.
I am more than willing to call somebody in the police department who might be able to
Okay.
hear your concerns. I'll relay your concerns, and we can go from there.
Thank you so much.
All right, that sounds fine too. In case CE 19110217, I'm going to make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of the listed code sections. I'll give the respondent 60 days to bring the property into compliance, or a fine of up to $100 per day may issue. And I do suggest you do work with the city. It does sound to me as if they're willing to work with you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Sir, here's a copy of your order.
3, right?
Yeah. Number 3, CE 19120060, 6800 South Dixie Highway.
All right, good morning, Special Magistrate Alex Lopez with the City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. Property located at 6800 South Dixie Highway is a commercial property that was cited for required inspections of building permits, exterior structure repair of damaged metal canopy and perforations on building exterior, failure to obtain permits for installed roof structure near dumpster, exposed electrical wiring on parking lot light poles, trash and debris throughout the property, dirty sidewalks and walkways, peeling and faded paint on building exterior and perimeter wall, repair of damaged perimeter concrete wall, screening of dumpster, screening of outdoor storage, prohibited trees and vegetation, missing and dead vegetation to include landscape maintenance, repair and maintenance of irrigation system, parking lot repair, striping, and maintenance thereof. Special Magistrate, though there has been some activity to correct the violation, it has been minimal. As of my last inspection yesterday, all code sections remain in violation. I have been in contact with the store manager and a contractor on January 9th, 2020, who has since applied for a permit on January 29th of this year for the parking lot repair. That permit has yet to be issued. Other than that correspondence, there has been no direct correspondence from the property owner, as this property was originally cited on December 6, 2019. Your Honor, for that, the city's recommendation is a daily fine of $250 if not complied within 60 days. The notice has been mailed certified and first class. Property has been posted, and there has been no direct contact with the property owner.
So the 110.1, have they applied for permits and not gotten inspections? Is that why you cited them for that?
That is correct. Part of the process is that when there is work that has been done without permits, or if they have work that will need to have permits applied for, that this code will be attached to that code so that the permit process and the inspection process can take place, so that we don't have open permits out in the system or expired permits.
18105B. What's that?
That is for the damaged roofing and canopy that's on the east side of the structure. That's right near the dumpster area. There's a...
And you've seen this?
Yes.
It's in a state of disrepair?
Yes, it is. It's photographed as well.
There's a roof structure near the dumpster that was installed without a permit?
Yes, that's a separate roof structure that's next to that damaged awning. That's it's a wooden structure.
And that would require a permit under the city code?
Yes. Anything that's permanently attached to an existing structure, that's going to require a permit.
There are exposed wires at the base of the parking lot light poles?
Yes. Those are still in violation. They have not. They just simply need to just put a cover to cover those exposed wires in the event that somebody were to mess with the wires. And
You've seen trash and debris on this property?
yes, I have.
In the sidewalks? Yeah, I guess I can see that. They appear to be dirty.
Yes. The overall maintenance of the entire property.
The paint on the building is peeling?
On the
Faded?
roof, the roof portion. Mm-hmm.
What's wrong with the fence?
It's a concrete wall. There's areas where on the north and south end of it where there's a portion that has broken off. There's a base that's still exposed, so that would need to be repaired to its original form. It also needs to be cleaned and painted.
The dumpster is not screened from public view?
Right. There's a gate on the dumpster, but that gate is left open at all times, and the exposed dumpster is in view at all times with the trash all around it.
What's
as
the
well.
outdoor storage?
That's the area right next to the dumpster. There's merchandise or materials used for the business that are just left out in the open, and it's there constantly.
Prohibited trees?
Yes, there's prohibited trees. There's Brazilian peppers and carrot woods and other trees that are listed on the notice that needs to be removed. They are non-native vegetation.
And I can see the landscaping issues. Clearly, they're missing vegetation and mulch. I can see the parking issues, and I can see the problems with the traffic control signs. And they're not doing any of this, huh?
No. Well, as I stated, there has been minimal work. I was contacted by a contractor. They have since applied for a permit just a few days ago.
But that's just the parking lot.
That's just the parking lot, yes. And there has been no contact from the property owner.
Service has been accomplished by certified mail and posting?
Yes.
All right, in case CE 191200060, I make the following findings of fact and life on notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of code sections, of all of the listed code sections, which I am not going to repeat again. I give the respondent 60 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $250 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Matter number 4, CE 19100386806 30th Street.
Good morning, Joseph Oliva, Chronic Nuisance Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was declared a chronic nuisance on 10/23/2019. The declaration was posted on 10/24/2019 and certified mail sent on 11/4/2019. There has been no contact with the owner nor an action plan to date. The notice of violation was posted on 1/14/2020, certified mail sent on 1/15/2020. The property has been owned since February of 1996. Its previous adjudications were CE 19100-372 on 11/17/2019 for board and secure and failure to comply. Also CE 085 50501, 519, 2008 for no rental license, exterior repair, interior repair, paint interior and exterior, inoperable vehicles, prohibited vehicles, plumbing, unsanitary pool and outside storage, and then also 516, 2018 living quarters, structures, canopy, as well as electric and plumbing required permitting. And the property has been cited 20 other times.
20.
20, yes. The city requests that the special magistrate find a pattern of nuisance activity and enter a chronic nuisance service order for the services to be provided by the city to include, but not limited to, maintaining the landscape, removal of trash and debris, trimming of any trees and hedges, cleaning of their pool, access, and any access to the yard, and any other abatements methods necessary to keep this property in compliance.
Is anyone living here?
No, there's no one living in there.
I'm guessing the neighbors have complained.
Yes, there were vagrants in there too. They had when we were out there, the police were over there getting them out.
Okay. Is anyone here on behalf of the respondent? All right. In case CE 191000386, I make the following findings in fact and law. I hereby find a pattern of nuisance activity exists on this property. I affirm the city's declaration that the property is a chronic nuisance. I hereby enter a chronic nuisance service order authorizing the city to perform any nuisance abatement services that are needed on the property, and I charge the cost of said abatement activities against the property and property owner.
Thank you.
Matter number 5, CE 20010277 540 Clematis Street has complied. Number 8, CE 19120190 913 13th Street.
Good morning. Cassandra St. Hilaire, Code Enforcement Officer with the City of West Palm. Sorry.
Welcome back.
Well, thank you. This property was cited on December 18th of 2019. The property and City Hall were posted January 16, 2020. I've had contact with the property owner. The property was cited for 18106A, 18106B, 34102A, 74-483, 944462, and 94482. The property has complied with all the violations with the exception of 94482A and 34102A. At this time, the city is requesting 20 days or $50 per day until compliance is achieved.
Is anyone here on behalf of the respondent? So they clean the property up and they cut the grass, I guess? Is that what
Yeah,
happened?
they clean up the property, cut the grass, and they're just trying to, it's like a little trailer there with a whole bunch of stuff. And she said she just needs some additional time to get it removed.
So the trailer is the 34102A, the
Yeah.
junk or abandoned vehicle?
Yeah.
What's the parking issue?
Well, I guess it's a vehicle on grass for the parking requirements.
So that's the same thing, essentially?
Yeah.
Okay. And you spoke to her, she said she could get it done in 20 days?
Yeah, she did.
What was the fine that you were seeking?
I'm so sorry.
What was the fine that you...
$50 per day.
All right, in case CE 191209190, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 34102A and 9442A. Respondent has 20 days to bring the property in compliance. A fine of $50 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Matter number 9, CE 19120149 3609 Windsor Avenue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks. Ray Lee, Young City, West Palm Beach, Code Compliance. 3609 Windsor Avenue was originally cited on 12/13 of 2019 with the notice of violation posted at the property and City Hall on December 16th, 2019. Certified mail was sent on the same day, December 16th, 2019. This property was cited for 18103C, 18162A, 2232A, 18103I, 18106E, 18103G, and 18102-3. I have made contact with the owner, and all violations are complied with the exceptions, with the exception of 18103G, 18103C, and 18103I. Therefore, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance, or $250 per day until compliance is achieved.
So you've spoken to the property owner?
Yes, I have.
Do they understand all the things that are in violation?
And the 30-day extension was sufficient for him as well. Yep.
So it's missing window screens, there's damage to the floors or exterior floors or walls? Yeah.
Its
Yeah.
interior repair is still required. There's like holes on the walls on the inside.
I can see that. I can see equipment maintenance. They don't have a rental license?
The rental license is now acquired.
No. So you wanted to give them 30 days?
30 days or $250 a day, please.
All right, in case CE 19120-149, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of listed code sections that give 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $250 per day, Mayor.
Thank you.
Matter number 10, CE 1912-0208, 828 35th Street. Ray?
Still you.
Complied.
Compliant. Excellent. My favorite kind of case.
Matter number 11, CE 1912-0222, 837 Hillcrest Boulevard.
Good morning, Sonia Ben, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. This property was cited on December 16, 2019. The property was posted on January 2nd, 2020, and certified mail was sent on December 29, 2019. The property was cited for Code 18106K, 9471C, and 34102A. I have not made contact with the property owner, and the property is still in violation for Code 9471C and 34102A. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance, or $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
So they fixed the landscaping,
Yes,
but there is still that green, that's green, right?
yes.
Green vehicle is still there?
Yes,
And I presume the outdoor storage is that shopping cart?
yes.
And you wanted to give them 30 days or $25 per day?
Yes.
Have you spoken with the owner?
No. No contact with the owner.
Service by mail and posting?
Yes.
All right, in case CE 19120-222, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 34102A and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance, a fine of $25 per day, Mayor.
Matter number 12, CE 1912-0274, 3416 Parker Avenue.
Sonia Ben, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. The property was cited on December 31st, 2019. The property was posted on January 6th, 2020, and certified mail was sent on December 31st, 2019. The property was cited for 18106K and 34102A. I have not made contact with the property owner at this time, and the property is still in violation of Code 34102A. The city is requesting an additional 30 days to gain compliance, or $25 per day until compliance is achieved.
So they have fixed the landscaping?
Yes,
And that would be the junk or abandoned car?
yes,
Is that an expired tag? Is that it?
yes.
All right, KCE 19120-274, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of Code Section 34102A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $25 per day, Mayor.
Thank you.
Matter number 13, CE 2001-0069, 1349 9th Street.
Good morning, Officer Cartwright.
Good morning. How are you?
What do you got?
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1349 9th Street was originally cited on January 6th of 2020 for landscape maintenance, failure to comply, and excessive overgrowth. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on January 7th of 2020, as well as posted in City Hall. The boarding certificate that was actually cited on the property was an actual error. It is currently running fines from a previous case, so that's why it's being taken off. So the existing violations that they have on the property right now is landscape maintenance, failure to comply, and the excessive growth. There's been no contact by the owner. All the violations are still current. The city is asking that the property come into compliance within 5 days or abatement.
The junk or abandoned vehicle citation, is that an error? Or
Yes,
what-
that was cited in error as well.
Okay. Because I don't see one.
Correct.
All right, so the landscape maintenance is what this sort of, doesn't look like it's being maintained. Is it overgrown?
Yes, sir, it is.
Do you believe that it's high enough to constitute habitat for vermin and other pests?
Yes, sir, I do.
So you believe that might be a health safety for the neighbor?
Yes, sir, I do.
Is there any evidence that the respondent has attempted to address this?
None that I have, no, sir.
Have you had any contact with them?
No, sir.
So all you're really asking them to do is basically cut the grass?
That's it.
Notice was accomplished by posting and certified mail?
That is correct. Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 200100069, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18106K, 18215B, and 18106B. I make further findings that violation constitutes a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach, or the respondent to come into compliance within 5 days. In the absence of compliance, I hereby authorize the city of West Palm Beach to enter the property and abate any and all violations of the property. Hereby assess the cost of said abatement against the property and property owner.
Matter number 14, CE 20010082, 1348 9th Street.
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The property at 1348 9th Street was originally cited on January 7th of 2020 for clean and sanitary conditions, landscape maintenance, failure to comply, hedges excessive in height, and outside storage. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on January 7th of 2020, as well as posted in City Hall. There has been no contact with the owner. The city is asking that the property come into compliance within 5 days or abatement.
Do you have any contact with the property owner?
No, sir.
Any evidence that they're attempting to bring this property into compliance?
I believe there's one picture that I just recently took as of yesterday, which is part of the reinspection. It looks like some of the outside storage may have been moved. And I think there's also a picture of a partial amount of the grass being cut, but that's pretty much it. But there's been no contact with anyone.
So I can see there's trash and debris on the property. Is that still the case?
Yes, sir, it is.
I can see pretty heavy overgrowth here. Would you testify that that is sufficient to be habitat for vermin and other critters?
Yes, sir.
And do you believe that constitutes a threat to the safety and health of the city of West Palm Beach?
Yes, sir.
I can see the hedge is too high. And the outdoor storage that I can see is still there?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
So you're seeking compliance within 5 days or an abatement order?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 20010, actually, just for the record, notice was accomplished by posting and certified mail?
That is correct, yes, sir.
All right. In case CE 200100082, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18106A, 18106K, 18215B, 94302B, and 9471C. Respondent has 5 days to bring the property in compliance, where the city can enter and abate any and all violations. For the record, I note the violations on this property constitute a threat to the health, safety, and welfare of the city of West Palm Beach.
Matter number 15, CE 20010084, 1361 9th Court.
Officer Phil Cartwright, City of West Palm Beach, Code Enforcement. The property at 1361 9th Court was originally cited on January 7th of 2020 for repair of rotted wood and roof eaves, excessive overgrowth, failure to comply, and inoperative junk vehicles. Service was achieved by certified mail. The property was posted on January 7th of 2020, as well as City Hall. The excessive growth has been complied. All of the violations are still current as far as the vehicles and the rotted wood.
So they cut the grass.
That's it. Yes, sir.
But as of their last inspection, when was your last inspection?
I'm sorry, I couldn't
When was
hear
your last inspection?
you. Yesterday.
As of yesterday, there was the roof and walls were still in disrepair?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
The boards are still up?
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear
The
you.
boards are still up?
Yes, sir, that is correct. The boards are actually running fines as well from a previous case. So that's why they weren't cited. That was cited in error.
So you're not pursuing 18265B?
I'm sorry. Say that again, I'm sorry.
I'm confused too. So you're not pursuing the boarding
No,
violation?
the boarding, from my understanding, with talking to Officer St. Hilaire, I guess legal gave them an extension for the boarding certificate.
Okay.
So currently, right now, the inoperative vehicles are still currently there with no tags or no identification. And then you still have the issue with the boarding certificate.
Well,
The
I
grass-
don't, though.
But the grass has been cut.
Not for me, right? We're not pursuing 18265B, right?
Correct.
So the code sections that you're proceeding under currently are 18103B, which is the disrepair of the walls and roof, right?
That is correct.
And the 34102B, which is inoperable vehicles.
That is correct.
Is that white car there?
There's two of them. There's a van as well.
Are they inoperable because they are not currently sporting a tag?
Yeah, the one on the right has flat tires to the right. The van has flat tires to the left side of it with no tags.
Okay, and finally, 7404C5, what is that about?
74C5, that shouldn't be on there as well. That was cited in error.
All right, so just 18103B, 18215B, which is failure to comply, and 34102B.
That is
correct?
correct. Yes, sir.
All right, and what remedy were you seeking?
We're asking that the property come into compliance within 10 days or $100 per day thereafter.
Tell me about 18103B. What is it that's wrong there, and what do they have to do?
There's a picture that I took. You can actually see it from here. The eaves underneath the roof actually need to be repaired. Some of the wood's rotted, and then there's fascia. It's basically like fascia board that has been completely detached from the roof.
Oh, I see it, so.
Correct.
And you believe that can be accomplished within 10 days?
Yes, sir.
And the vehicles just have to be moved?
Correct. That is correct.
All right. In case CE 200100084, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice sufficient found property in violation of 18103B, 18215B, and 34102B. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Matter number 16, CE 20010058, 714 49th Street, Unit A.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on January the 6th. Certified mail was sent January 7th. Certified mail was returned January the 11th. City Hall was posted January 21st. This property was cited for 94-71C, 94-442-C-1, 74-34A-1SJ, 18-106A. As of this time, none of the violations have been complied with. All violations remain. The city is requesting 30 days or $100 per day after.
Excuse me, Mr. Watkins, was the property posted?
Yes, ma'am. The property was posted January the 11th. January the 11th.
Posted and certified mail?
Say again?
It was posted and certified mail?
Yes, certified mail was returned on the 11th of January.
So I can see the debris. I saw the exposed garbage can. What's the issue with the landscaping? Or is it just the...
And there is none right there, it's bare.
There's uncovered, unsodded areas, is that it? And I can see outdoor storage. You've had no contact with the respondent and no evidence that they've tried to come into compliance?
None at all.
All right, in case CE 200100058, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18106A, 7434A1J, 94442C1, and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Matter number 17, CE 200101387 757th Street complied. Matter number 18, CE 20010261420 55th Street.
Robert Watkins, City of West Palm Beach Code Compliance. This property was cited on January the 13th. Certified mail was sent January the 14th. Certified mail was returned January the 24th. City Hall was posted January 21st. This property was cited for 94-71C, 74-34-A-1J, 18-106B. Compliant violations were at 18-106B. Remaining violations are 74-34A-1-J, 94-71C. City requesting 30 days or $100 per day after. I had no communication with anyone from this property.
Where's the garbage can?
The next picture is sitting right there at the entry of the patio. Well, it'll come up clearer in another picture.
Okay. And that's the outdoor storage there?
Yeah, and there was a bucket and a mop right out front, the front door. It should come up in the image as well.
Well, tell me what the outdoor storage was. Was it, there was something on the front patio?
That was a mop, that included with the mop and bucket that was right by the front door.
All right, case CE 200102661, I make the following findings of fact on life. I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 9471C and 7434A1J. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Matter number 19, CE 19120096 4601 Broadway.
Good morning. Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm Code Compliance. Property at 4601 Broadway was cited on 12/11/2019. Notice of violation and City Hall was posted on 12/12/2019. Property was cited for trash and debris in parking lot and swell cleaning. As of yesterday, the property was still not in compliance. I did speak with the store manager yesterday, the city is requesting an additional 30 days to come into compliance or $250 a day until compliance is achieved.
So there's trash and dirt on this property. Is this essentially what we're talking about? Well, obviously dirt, but there's trash and debris on this property?
Yes.
And that's it? That's the only concern the city has at this point?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, in case CE 191200096, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 744C5 18106A. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $250 per day may issue.
Matter number 20, CE 191200097 623 36th Street.
Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm Code Compliance. Property at 623 36th Street was cited on 12/11/2019. Certified mail in City Hall was posted on 12/12/2019. Property was cited for safe egress, trash can placement, exterior paint, and/or pressure cleaning. I have not made contact with the homeowner. City is requesting additional 30 days to come into compliance and/or $100 a day until compliance is achieved. As of yesterday, the property was not in violation, was still not in compliance. I'm sorry.
The egress issue is the boarding?
Yes.
I can see the paint issue and the trash cans are stored in a visible area?
Yes.
All right, in case CE 191200097, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice sufficient from property in violation of 7434A1J, 18100, 18106G. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day issue.
Matter number 21, CE 1912-0205, 529 44th Street.
Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm, Code Compliance. Property at 529 44th Street was cited on 12/19/2019. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall at 12/20/2019. Certified mail was sent on 12/21/2019. Property was cited for safe egress, trash can placement, address characters, and outdoor storage. As of yesterday, I have not made contact with the homeowner, and the property is still not in compliance. City is requesting an additional 30 days to come to compliance for $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Did you post the property as well?
Yes, it was posted on 12/20/2019.
The egress is the boarding again?
Yes, sir.
Garbage can visible to the street from the street?
Yes.
Are there any numbers on here at all, or is it just they're gone?
There are no address characters on there.
What's is the outdoor storage that?
Yes, among some other things, yeah.
All right. All right, in case CE 19120205, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18100, 7404A1J, 786, and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May issue.
Matter number 22, CE 20010113, 415 43rd Street.
Christopher Thompson, City of West Palm, Code Compliance. Property at 415 43rd Street was cited on 1/8/2020. Notice of violation was posted at City Hall on 1/9/2020. Certified mail was sent also on 1/9/2020. Property was cited for trash can placement and outdoor storage. As of yesterday, I have not made contact with the homeowner. Property is still not in compliance. City is requesting additional 30 days to come to compliance or $100 a day until compliance is achieved.
Is the outdoor storage that big pail of what looks like paint?
Yes, and they also have like a dog cage in front of the house. One of the photos, you'll see it. I'm not sure. And the plastics that are containers that are right next to the garbage can as well. There it is, the bird can.
No contact with the owner?
No.
All right, in case CE 200101113, make the following findings of fact and life on notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 7434A1J, 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May issue.
Thank you.
Matter number 23, CE 1912-0174, 724 McIntosh Street.
Good morning. Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited December 17th, 2019. Certified mail was sent December 18th, 2019, and I posted the property December 30th, 2019. This property was cited for 18103B, 18103E, 18106A, 18106B, 18106G, 34102A, 74-34-A-1-J, 74-4-C-3, 74-4-C-4, 78-1, and 94-71C. As of today, all the violations do remain. Some work has begun. I've had contact with the son of the owner of the property. He lives at the property with his family. The resident is working with insurance claims and some health issues. I've discussed all the code violations and how to come into compliance. The resident believes that 60 days should be enough to come into compliance, so the city's recommending 60 additional days for this property to come into compliance with all listed code violations, or the city's asking for a $150 a day fine.
So the roof, walls, and foundation issue, what is that?
In the front yard, in one of the pictures, right to the left of the entrance, the wall is completely, it's rotted and...
Yeah, I see it. There's windows on the property that are boarded.
They're boarded, and the resident let me know that some of them are broken, that he plans on repairing, getting a permit, and replacing them himself.
There's trash and debris on this property.
Yes.
I can see that. Oh, it has a turtle resident, huh?
Yes.
The grass, yeah, I could see the grass and weeds have grown well beyond 6 inches. Property clearly needs, among other things, paint. That vehicle there is not properly licensed.
Yes, it was removed, but I'd like to leave it on there just in case it's moved back. He didn't comply in time as well.
So it comes and goes?
As of yesterday, yeah, it was gone, but it comes and goes.
All right. Garbage cans are visible from the street?
Yes.
Overgrowth. Clearly vegetation is hanging into the public right-of-way. Do they still have a basketball hoop and vehicle in the right-of-way?
That it's a basketball hoop. Then they did have some outside storage that was being in the right of way. He cleaned it up, most of it. The basketball hoop is still being kept out there.
Okay.
A lot of the outside storage he has moved though.
And you want to give him 60 days?
Yes.
All right. Case CE 1912017 make the following findings of fact and law. If a notice is sufficient, I find the property in violation of 18103B, 18103E, 18106A, 18106B, 18106G, 34102A, 7434A1J, 744C3, 744C4, 71-1, and 9471C. Respondent has 60 days to bring the property in compliance or fine the amount of $150 per day may issue.
Matter number 24, CE 19120181720 McIntosh Street.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement Officer, City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited December 17th, 2019. Certified mail was sent December 19th, 2019. And the property was posted December 30th, 2019. This property was cited for 18103E, windows boarded on the property, 18106A, clean and sanitary conditions, 18106G, exterior paint on the property and the wall at the front of the property, 18162A, rental license violation, and 22-32A, certificate of use required. As of today, the only remaining violations are 18162A, 22-32A, and 18106G. I spoke to the owner of the property who applied for the rental license and certificate of use. The inspection is still pending and it needs to pass. And the exterior paint on the wall has not been completed. The city's recommending 30 additional days for the property to come into compliance, or the city's asking for $200 a day fine.
So the paint is still required?
Yes, on the exterior wall under the fence.
And they applied for the rental license, but they're still waiting for the inspection and certificate of use?
Correct.
Are you still proceeding under 18162A or not? Just 2232A?
I meant 2232A and, yes, 18162A.
And the 18106A, clean and sanitary, is that still in violation or not?
No, that is not.
So they've taken the boards off and they've cleaned the property, they just have to paint and get a rental license?
Correct.
Okay. All right, in case CE 1912018, I make the following findings of fact and law. If I notice is sufficient from the property in violation of 18106G, 18162A, and 2232A, respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 25, CE 191201875 5508 South Dixie Highway.
Richard Pazmino, Code Enforcement Officer for the City of West Palm Beach. This property was cited December 18th, 2019. Certified mail was sent December 19th, 2019. And certified mail was received December 23rd, 2019. This property was cited for a fence that was erected on the property and the landscaping was changed and removed. The codes were 110.3, required inspections, 105.1, failure to secure building permit, and 94-453-A-1. As of today, the property is still in violation. No change at the property. No permit applications are on file. I spoke with the contractor who the owner has contracted. I spoke to them once back in early January. I haven't heard anything from them since. The city is recommending 30 days for this property to come into compliance, or the city's asking for a $100 a day fine.
Explain to me, what is it that they did here? They took out the landscaping without a permit?
Yes, there was hedges where the fence was. They removed all the landscaping, so they removed all the hedges and they put up a fence.
Did they, I presume they had a permit for the fence?
No. So the permit code that I cited is for, they need a fence and they need to submit a landscaping permit as well.
Okay, so the two things that are wrong, or at least the alleged wrong here, putting up the fence without a permit, removing the landscaping, or changing the existing landscaping without a landscaping permit.
Yes.
And you've had conversations with them? Did they indicate they were going to go get these permits or not?
Yes, when I spoke with the contractor, he was asking what the remedy is. I explained it, and since then I haven't heard anything, and there's been no applications or anything.
Any reason to believe that they couldn't get such a permit within 30 days?
No.
All right, in case CE 19120187, make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 110.3, 105.1, 94.453A1B. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day shall issue.
Matter number 26, CE 19120230-345 Edmore Road has complied. Matter number 27, CE 19120245-377 LMR Road has complied. Matter number 29, CE 19120077 519 28th Street has complied. Matter number 30, CE 19120079 3215 Pinewood Avenue.
All right.
Morning, Officer Petrick.
Good morning again. Let's see, Joe Petrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case in reference to a single-family residence that put up a fence without a permit. A notice of violation was issued via certified mail and posting on December 11th and gave the respondent 30 days to comply by obtaining a permit for the fence. After the notice of violation was issued, I spoke to the respondent. He disagreed that he needed one, but then applied for one anyway. The permit was denied on December 24th, and he was notified by email that the permit was denied. After that, I gave him another call and let him talk to him about it, and he just said, listen, I don't think I need a permit for a fence. I don't plan on getting one. So as of today, the property remains out of compliance of Building Code 105.1. The city is asking for compliance within 30 days or a $100 a day fine be assessed. Compliance means either removing the fence or obtaining a permit for the fence.
Can you tell me why he thinks that he doesn't need a fence permit?
He said that there was one there at one time, and he just put one back, and he says he has two very large dogs, and it would be inconvenient for him to remove the fence and replace it.
Why was the permit denied?
When I looked at the city's records, I didn't go too deep into the records. I just saw that it was denied by planning and zoning, and he was notified by email. And I did speak with him about it. It appears, just from my familiarity with the property, the portion of the fence that's on the right-hand side, there was an older fence there. I spent a lot of time on that street. There was an older fence there to the left side of the property, facing the front of the property. The right side of the property never had that fencing there that I recall for the last year and a half that I've been here. There was nothing there. There's an older fence on the left side and in the back of the property, but nothing on that portion. You see that right side over there?
That's a new fence.
Yes, sir. The whole fence is new.
That would seem to require a permit.
Yeah, yes, sir, it would.
I kind of wish he was here to tell me why he thinks he doesn't need one. I'd like to know, but sure seems like he needs one to me. All right, KCE 19120079, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 105.1. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Matter number 31, CE 19120080, 211 30th Street.
Joe Patrick, West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This case is in reference to a single-family residence or a lot that was issued a notice of violation via certified mailing posting on December 11th for excessive outdoor storage, trash and debris on the property, no address characters on the building, and a fence, wall, and gate in disrepair. The notice of violation gave the respondent 30 days to comply by removing and/or repairing the previously mentioned items. After notice of violation was issued, I was contacted by a few occasions by the respondent who stated he would work on compliance. Some progress has been made. There's a lot of restaurant equipment in there, some signage. It's sort of hard to tell behind that gate, but there's quite a bit back there. He has started cleaning some of that trash and debris. He called sanitation for a few pickups. However, there are items back behind that fence and wall that need to be removed still. There's still no address characters on the building. The respondent said he's going to put the original gate on there and repair the wall, but he hasn't done that as of yet. It was my understanding he was going to be here today to testify, but he's not. The city's asking for compliance within 30 days or a $100 a day fine be assessed.
So there's still trash and debris on the property?
Right, yes, there's still trash and debris, signs that he uses for different businesses and some restaurant equipment.
Still no numbers on the property?
No, sir.
The fence looks, well, it certainly looks like it needs some paint, doesn't it?
Yeah, the wall needs some paint, and also there's two sections. Well, you see that wooden portion of the fence is sort of peeling and falling off the hinges. There's a larger picture that shows both of them. There's also an old iron gate. It's an older house, much older house, and that's falling off as well. Said to him if he just wants to repair the gate that's there, no permit's required, but if he wanted to replace any of that, then he would need a permit to do so.
What's the outdoor storage? Is that the debris over there?
Again, behind the gate, the gate you'll see, again, a large amount of restaurant equipment, some signage from different businesses that he's storing back there. That's not the best picture, but back behind there, just an excessive amount of miscellaneous items.
Okay. And you want to give them 30 days?
30 days, yes, sir.
Do you believe that's a reasonable amount of time to bring this property in compliance?
I do, because he's already started, and he agreed that he would take care of it, and he understands what I'm going to be asking for here at the hearing.
All right, in case CE 19120080, I make the following findings of fact and life. I notice is sufficient. Found the property in violation of 18106A, 786, 9410302A4, and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Thank you.
I'm going to go to other matters.
Start at 11 or 11:30?
I think 11.
I can never remember. We moved the date around.
I know. Let me ask.
I'm good either way. Is it 11 or 11:30?
Because only 3 people are here. You want to take the 3?
Here.
Okay. Other matter number 8, CE 18030470, 610 Clematis Street, Unit 636.
Hello, good morning.
If you've arrived after we started this morning and have not been sworn in and are going to testify, would you please rise and raise your right hand? If at some point you're going to talk to me.
Yes, sir.
Only one? Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury on the laws of the state of Florida?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, which one was first?
Number 8, Clematis Street, Ectopic LLC.
Case ending in 470, 610 Clematis Street, number 636. Date ordered 4/18 of 18, fine started 4/28 of 18, ran for 327 days, total is $32,700. $100 a day, date of compliance 3/21 of 19. This is the same owner. They advised they didn't receive the notice, but sent to the correct Apapa address, which is the same now as it was when the case was open. They own 3 properties in the city that have all been cited a total of 5 times for no rental license, which is what this is for. City's asking for 50%.
Thank you, sir. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Yes. We didn't receive the communication from the city.
All right, first you have to tell me your name, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. My name is Mariano Lembo. I represent the owner of Ectopic LLC. I am the property manager of these units in West Palm Beach for this LLC.
Did you say your last name is Limbo?
Lembo, L-E-M-B as in boy, O.
And you're the property manager?
Yes, sir.
And you are authorized to represent Ectopic LLC today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
So,
Sir, the owner submitted a designated agent form, and it does not have his name on it. That's the authorization we usually require for this, with the exception of attorneys, of course, who don't need a designated agent form.
Who'd they put?
Angel Santos.
that's my CPA for my company. We sent Angel on October here when we received communication from title company regarding this matter, and I sent him over here, but he couldn't come today. I can't.
Well, it's a small problem for us because if they actually have designated
I have the
someone to-
property management agreement here between Ectopic and my company. Maybe can help you out to authorize me to represent him in his behalf.
On advice of counsel, the city says, no, we can reschedule, they can come back with proper representation, or resubmit the authorization form.
So we have to send Angel Santos.
No, you don't, but you have to send some kind of document that authorizes you to speak, especially
Like
if there is
property
one.
management agreement is not enough to do it?
I don't know whether or not that agreement, I don't know whether the scope of that agreement would include this, and to be honest, especially when you're talking about substantial sums like this, it's important that we get it right, because I don't want to create reversible error for anybody.
So can you help me out to fix this issue for once, please? I'm here to, get the solution of this.
I would need some kind of document authorizing you to speak on their behalf.
The application has a designated agent form, a notarized form that the owner would have to fill out to authorize you to speak at this hearing.
We're not denying I'm not denying your request for a reduction. I just can't hear it unless you have the proper documentation. So you have to come back with the proper documentation or somebody else who is authorized to speak. So
At this point, let me ask you something. Angel Santos is the person that is authorized to speak in behalf of the owner of a topic?
Yes, sir, or the owner.
Or the owner. The owner is in Argentina. He's not here. That's why we come in his behalf. Okay, so can you give me a reschedule for the hearing? Can you help me out with that? And I'm going to bring Angel.
Sir, our clerk can send you the right application, the right form you need to fill out, or if you want Angel to come himself, we can reschedule for next time and do it that way. But she'll notify you afterwards that you've been scheduled for the next hearing.
What is your name?
My name is Mitch Posner, sir.
Okay. You cross emails with me this morning and yesterday, and you should let me know that before I came here.
Sir,
This is a wasting of time for everybody.
Sir, the owner filled out the application. If he wanted you to represent him, that would have been the time to put it in there.
Okay, I'm gonna send Angel Santos, and thank you. I'm sorry for this.
No, it's okay.
You know,
We just
I
have to-
didn't know that. If not, I'm gonna bring him here.
It's a, yeah, it is not great that we had to, we have to do it again, but it's important we do it correctly.
I understand, and thank you again.
All right, thank you, sir.
Other matter number 4, CE 181000019 638 5th Street.
638 5th Street.
Coming up. Can you raise your right hand?
Yes.
Anyone else that's in the room that's going to talk? Sir.
Bruce?
Sir?
Bauer? Mr. Bauer?
Okay. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury?
I do.
All right. Go ahead, Officer Posner.
Case ending in 019, 638 5th Street. Date order 26 of 19. Fine started 4/9 of 19. 175 days. Total is $35,200 a day. Date of compliance 10/1 of 19. New owner, which is the only mitigating factors. City's asking for standard 25%.
What's the total amount of the fine?
$35,000.
Okay, yeah. Thought I heard something different. It's been a long morning. Thank you, sir. Sir, can you tell me your name, please?
Yes, it's Stanislaw Lamonaco.
And you are the owner of this property, sir?
I am.
All right, tell me what you're asking for and why I should grant it to you.
Well, I'm asking for as minimum as possible, and that's because there's a little story behind it.
Tell me
I
the
was
story.
What's that?
Tell me the story.
I'll try to make it quickly, even though it's a little lengthy. I was approached by Bird Hall, who inherited the property. It was in their family for years, and they tried to sell it, but they couldn't. They were given a notification by West Palm Beach that they were going to start accruing penalties of $200 a day. He asked me to get involved. He had no money. What I did was I went to an attorney, the Ferguson firm, on 4/26/2019, and I actually paid for the title insurance, and we signed the contract at that point. So from April, I was trying to get the property even before money started accruing. After I got the property, I looked at it, I thought I would just knock it down and put up a new piece of property, but I was told by the people in the building department that it was historical value. And then I changed my whole thought. I kind of respect it. I understand the purpose. It's so that people in the community could see a piece of property the way it was 100 years ago and have some pride in that, the way the community changed. So I did look at the property a whole different way, and I thought to make it as best as I can. I did approach the people in the building department because there was wooden boards. That was one of the violations. The siding was all bad, the landscaping was bad, and it needed a new paint job and just a nice look in the front. And I asked if there was anything I can do, and they said no, because they already asked for the board request. They couldn't do it again. So now I'm just in a fight for time to kind of get ownership of the property. I'm going to show two things: that I fought to get ownership of the property as quickly as possible, and once I did, I expedited it as quickly as possible. So what I did was I had the contract was signed again on that date, on 4/20th. Again, I have the death certificate of Mrs. Hall, that the reason why the property went into the Bird Hall's name. Now what happens is I'm trying to get possession of title of the property, and now the whole property goes into probate court. It got tied into probate court for months. I have the paperwork showing how notifications had to be sent to family members. Liens just started popping up. I just started paying them myself just to expedite it, not even to wait for someone else to come up with the money. I have all proof of everything. Also, to try to expedite
and cut down the amount of violations, I actually bought the windows. The whole house needed brand-new windows on 5/28. I actually have a receipt of all the exact measurements of the windows, figuring I would save months instead of just getting hold of property and then waiting for months to rehabilitate it. I would be that far ahead of the game. So that shows a good initiative that I was really trying to do the right thing to cut down these fines. It's pretty significant. I finally got the possession of the property, and I have the deed, which is September 11th. I also have my title insurance on that and stuff. Just to show you how quickly I moved, on September 11th, I got possession of the property. On September 19th, I actually had a permit from the city to start putting the windows in. I started, hired a company, started doing that immediately. And within about 2 weeks, I think we completed everything, the front, the landscaping. I called for an inspection, and I passed on my first shot with Inspector Cartwright. That's when the violation stopped. Also, just to keep on going with the property, I put in all new electric. Have my permit for that. Didn't fail. Also, with the windows, I didn't fail one inspection, and the shutters, just to show you that I try to do the right thing. I pulled a permit for electric, put all new electric in the property just to keep it, even though it's a historical, older building, I just wanted it to be up to snuff. After it was completed, I applied for a renter's permit. I have a good family in there right now. It's a pretty tough location, to say the least, but I'm doing my share to make it better. Also, another property I own with my wife is 500 Douglas. It was Douglas and 5th Street. Probably when I bought it in 2013, might have been one of the worst locations, drug locations in West Palm Beach. I don't know what my character is, but I try to do my share of changing things for the better. I worked with the police department. You could pass by that corner now. It might be one of the better corners that we have in West Palm Beach. And I'm hoping to be able to change 5th Street, where I am right now, on 638. I have, I'm also a retired sergeant from New York City, so I guess in my background, I'm just trying to make things nicer. Also, I have some pictures, if I could show you a before and after.
Sure.
And like I said, I think the gist of my case is to show that I was hoping to have no penalty when I first got involved in this project, and it's just because of the system, which I'm well aware of because of my background, that kind of slows things down. But with all my paperwork to prove it, you could see that I tried my best to not incur any fines. But unfortunately, between probate court and whatnot, it did accrue that.
So what are you asking me for?
Well, as minimum as possible.
You gotta ask me for something.
1,000? I mean, is that fair? Like I said, I guess I'm repeating myself. I'm sorry for that, but I tried my best, and also you could see by the property, I try to make it nice, and I have other properties. I really try to do the right thing for West Palm Beach. I live in Palm Beach. All my rents are $600 and $700, so not only do I have my properties, but I try to do the right thing for the community too.
And the city's recommendation was?
Standard 25%.
And the existing fine is 35?
Yes, sir.
And like I said, sir, when I first got involved, there was zero. I wish I could have worked something out with the city to kind of stop it, but once the wheels get turning, I just had to kind of follow through with the rules and regulation. But I have to say, everyone in West Palm Beach was very polite. Mrs. Williams, very professional, and they were able to guide me to this point.
This is what I'll do, because I think you've done a good job, though. But I have to remember, as an officer, you can appreciate this. I have to account that people are watching this, and I don't want to encourage people not to bring properties in compliance. So I can't waive a fine, even though I think you've done a very good job on this property, and I
Thank you,
appreciate what you did. I will strike 90% of this fine. I will reduce it to $3,500 payable within 30 days.
That's very fair of you. Thank you, sir.
Sir? Sir? Cashier's office, yeah. It's on the opposite side, but in that area.
You're welcome.
I don't have anybody else.
Thank you, Mrs.
I'm sure there's people here. I don't have another sign machine.
Well, it's only 15 minutes.
Alex,
Let's keep
do you
going
have
for
any other
15
sign
minutes and we'll call. Where did we leave off at, like 32?
Oh, okay.
We have more? Excellent.
Other matter number 9, CE 1905-0259, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 1336.
There's a lot of new people on here too, though. Do you have those photos? Pictures?
Bruce
Come on up.
Bauer?
Samat 207 LLC? Is that you?
1401, yeah, that's the one, that's the property.
They're the previous owner, sir. They're not Samat.
Previous owner of the property, okay.
Samat LLC is the one who bought it from us, and what happened was we got...
Hold on one second.
May I interrupt?
Have you been sworn in?
No?
All right.
Okay, how do we swear in?
All right, for the whole room, anyone that intends to talk at some point in front here and has not been sworn in, go ahead and rise and raise your right hand. Stand up. Stand. All right. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you will give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury under the laws of the state of Florida?
Yes, we do.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, so tell me about this one.
Case ending in 259, 1401 Village, number 1336. Date ordered 7/17 of 19, fine started 8/19 of 19, ran for 100 days. Total is $20,200 a day. Date of compliance 11/27 of 19. The applicant is the prior owner, but the same owner that incurred the violation to begin with. The mitigating factor is they didn't receive notice, but it was sent to the POP address and signed for in the mailroom. I'll bring this up in a moment. They owned it for 5 years with no rental license whatsoever. City is asking for 30%.
30? Okay. All right, can you tell me your names, please?
Viva Thacker, I'm the property manager, and this is...
Bruce Bauer, the owner.
And Bruce Bauer is the owner. The mailing, we never...
Sorry, ma'am, your name was Viba
Thacker, Thacker.
Taggart. Okay, all right, Ms. Taggart, go ahead.
So we never received this, and we didn't know about it till we were in the process of selling it, and that's when, we have this that says the mailman received it, mailman dropped it somewhere, but the previous address where I used to live has only 40 homes. There is no mail room, there is nothing like that. I printed it's a small community with no mail room, only 40 houses. So we never got it. And the minute we found out about it, within a week, everything was done. The inspector worked very well with us. He came and immediately, so we feel like, we should, and then we paid $537.95 for the rental license and fine and everything. I feel I would really appreciate it, since we never did anything intentionally. We would like to be given this fee to be waived, or administrative fee charged.
So this was a property that Mr. Millman, is that it? He owned?
Mr. Bauer.
Mr. Bauer?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Bauer owned.
Yes.
And he used it as a rental property for over 5 years?
Yes, and it was vacant for a long time too. We were trying to sell it, and then we couldn't sell it, and we, in fact, applied for permits and got a tile done, because the carpet was...
On the third floor.
It was on the third floor, and we did the permitting then, and we got the tiles done, and we couldn't sell it, so we went ahead and rented it. And the tenant was there for 2 years. The third year was gonna start in January.
Why didn't you obtain a rental license?
It was something that was not done intentionally. So we would really appreciate it if you would charge us the administrative fee. And this is something now that we have learned, we will never, ever, ever do it.
Well, there isn't an administrative fee. There's a fine of $20,000.
It was not intentional, and we corrected it the minute we got it.
It's not a crime. There's no, as we would say in the legal business, there's no mens rea here. You don't have to have a guilty conscience to do it. You rented a property without a license.
And I can
as far as I can tell,
if
the
we had
city sent
received
the notice of violation to the appropriate address.
I can show you the driver's license that shows the previous, and I moved from there in 2015. It's just, since we had already obtained permits, we thought city had our current address.
Well, the requirement under the law is that the city send it to the address listed in the property appraiser's records, which apparently they did. So it doesn't appear that the city did anything wrong here. The city has offered to reduce this to 30%. So if my math is correct, that would be $6,000. Is that? That's my math. So the city has offered to reduce this from $20,000 to $6,000. How do you feel about that?
We feel that's a little too much. It would really mean a lot to us if you could lower it.
Tell me what you're asking for.
How about 10%?
The equities aren't really great. I mean, I understand that people make mistakes. I recognize that. But I also understand that you have to obtain a rental license when you rent property for any number of reasons, including safety, I might add. And as is not in the previous cases, this is the original owner. So this isn't somebody that took the property with a lien. This is somebody that had the property and didn't actually obtain the appropriate license. I mean, the only thing that you're telling me is that you didn't get notice, but again, that's primarily on the owner again, because it's your requirement to make sure the proper address for mailing is in the property appraiser's records. To be honest, I think the city's willingness to reduce this from $20,000 to $6,000 is actually a fairly generous one. But I'll split it some way. I'll reduce it to $4,000 payable within 60 days.
All right. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is this your pencil?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Here's a copy of your order.
Ma'am?
This probably goes in the file somewhere.
And other matter number 2, CE 16080173, 4008 North Australian Avenue.
Mr. Magistrate, they came in after your last swearing in.
I'm getting good at this.
Hazards of starting early.
Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury on the laws of the state of Florida?
Yes. May I approach and provide you?
Let the city present, and then you can tell me anything you'd like me to know and present me with any evidence that you have.
Case ending in 173 4008 North Australian Avenue, date ordered 9/21 of 16, fine started 10/24 of 16, ran for 1,050 days, total $105,000, $100 a day, date of compliance 9/9 of 19. Same owner. The only mitigating factor offered is they thought it was complied in 2016, and I have what they submitted as their timeline, but they had a PD chronic case at the same time. And that's the officer they were talking to about compliance. They didn't actually speak with our office regarding the code case, just the PD case. So apparently they got confused between the two. Under their ownership, they've had 12 code cases on this property. It was managed as a chronic nuisance for 7 months. And when we did the first lien reduction inspection, we found an illegal garage conversion. The city's asking for 50%.
Is the property in compliance?
It is now, yes, sir.
I gotta say, not a great history.
Okay.
You have to show it to the city first.
No objection, sir, just to point out that the enclosed communication does in fact show that they were dealing with the PD chronic case when they were making contact.
What was the PD case, and how was that different from the code violations on this property?
PD chronic case has to do with police nuisances on the property, multiple calls to the property. I don't deal with that as much. Arlene, do you have any more background on that?
It didn't deal with the physical conditions of the property?
No, it does not deal with property conditions and property concerns like code enforcement does. It deals with police issues.
Okay, and when was this property declared a chronic nuisance?
2016, I believe. It's around the same time.
And when did the city stop abating it as a nuisance?
I don't have the date in front of me for that. I know it was for 7 months. I believe it was a couple of years ago. I can look it up if you need me to.
That's okay. Round numbers are okay. And the property itself came into compliance with the code sections when?
September 9th, 2019.
So a few months ago.
Yes, sir. And again, when we did the lien reduction inspection the first time, we found an illegal garage conversion.
And the underlying code sections were repair wolf wall foundation, looks like sod, and...
They had an awning that needed repair, sod on the parkway area, and outdoor storage.
Okay. All right, can you tell me your names, please?
Jeffrey Nelson, the owner.
And Jacqueline Thorpe, property manager.
I'm sorry, ma'am, one more time?
Jacqueline Thorpe, property manager.
Okay. So tell me what you're asking for and why I should grant it to you.
Okay, well, we're asking for actual fee be reduced to whatever the code violation time would have been. So, and actually, I think that is even higher than it should be because we were in compliance or working towards it. Our calculations show that there was about 10 days between the time that we rectified the problem and the time that we notified the city. So if, as from what I hear from everybody, the notice was sent to us. We don't have record of it. There is no way we would have waited 3 years to respond to this. We became aware of this through title search, and we immediately addressed the issue. The officer references an illegal conversion of the garage. When we acquired the property, it was in that condition. The garage was already enclosed. It was not, we didn't do that. Now, we did take permits out and rectify that, even though that's not part of this issue. We were compliant back in 2016. So you have in front of you the timeline schedule. So we had a tenant that was in the property who was subsidized by the city of West Palm through housing. And that tenant did have some problems, I guess, with law enforcement and became a nuisance to the neighborhood. Actually, I think it was their the son that was living there. When we were notified, we took immediate action. We worked to remedy the problem, and the tenant was not cooperative. We had hired an attorney who started the eviction process. That process took an extended period of time due to the mental stability of the tenant. We found out that this tenant had some underlying health issues, and the city of West Palm wasn't necessarily as cooperative to help us remedy the problem. We did eventually get the tenant to leave. What you have in front of you is the dates and the timeframes, as well as the backup data of everything that we addressed. We're talking about an issue where the tenant continually parked on the swell, which killed the grass, and they used to leave garbage cans out at the street. The other issue was the awning that was in the front of the building, which we removed immediately. There's no foundation issues other than when we removed the awning, we had to patch the holes that were in the side of the building. We took care of everything almost immediately, and you can see the timeline as well as the checks, everything that we paid to our vendors to remedy the problem. And I guess our issue from hindsight now is that we were cooperating with somebody from West Palm who was not the code person, which we didn't know. We were dealing with whoever was, working with us to evict and move this person out. And as it turns out, our last email when we said, hey, we're in full compliance, went to somebody that was not at code. But we had no idea who was responsible. In fact, the code person, and Jackie dealt with this mostly, did not respond back to her emails. So from our calculation, it looks like we're about 10 days from the date that our vendor went out, remedied the sod, fixed everything because we got the tenant out, and the time that we sent the email to the city saying everything is in compliance. So
Where's the email that you sent to the city saying everything's in
it's the
compliance?
very last
I think it's item reference 9, maybe?
item, number 9.
Item
If
number
I remember
9.
correctly, it even has the PD case number for that, not the code enforcement case number.
Yeah, I mean, we just,
Yeah, we got the notice, and that's who we were dealing with, Officer Kirshner. So once we received notice, I reached out to him, and he told me what the process was and what we had to go through. So I didn't realize that there were two separate departments that we needed to deal with.
I understand they say they didn't receive it. Today's the first time they've raised that comment at all. Case history shows sent certified mail and signed for.
Yeah, and we actually had conversations with Monique in your office regarding that.
That we didn't receive
That we
it.
didn't receive it. She sent us a copy of a signature thing, which certainly isn't mine. And the only thing I can think of is possible that our office was closed or nobody was there and they went to the office next door to us, which they often receive our mail. But I understand that's neither here nor there. I mean, the violation was in place, I get that. However, any amount other than, $1,000 or whatever that date is, to me, appears to be excessive. We were in compliance. The property's had 0 issues since then. And asking us to pay $50,000, we were in compliance, and we lost a lot of money because we had to hire an attorney, we had to evict the tenant, and find a new tenant. So I don't know what else as an owner that we could have done. I mean, we were really held over a barrel from this tenant because of their extenuating circumstances.
So I'm looking at a notice of violation signed by Officer Lopez. Are you saying you did not receive this, or you got this later?
We got that, but we're already in process with Officer Kirschner, and I told him that we had received that, and we continue working with him directly.
So you got this notice of violation on August 10th, 2016, and when are you saying that you came into compliance?
The first, October 3rd, right around that time. October 10th, we were in compliance.
That's when, if you look at the bullet point date, it says we regained possession of the premises and began addressing the lingering code issues. We were not allowed in the backyard until the tenant was gone. And then the last date was October 10th, 2016, when our vendor had gone out and corrected any landscape issues, as well as the other items, storage, and the things that they were keeping. And then we sent an email later, the 14th, to Officer Kirschner saying that everything has been remedied. And then 3 years later, we became aware of the notice, or of the 100-day violation. I mean, if we would have known this, we would have never waited this out. I mean, the property has not been cited since, was not a problem since.
Who complied the property?
Excuse me, who complied it?
For code?
Last year?
Yeah.
Melissa?
Can you see it in the computer?
Her name was
I'd
Melissa?
like to point out that they said it was complied on October 10th. Officer Lopez provided an affidavit of noncompliance on October 25th. So,
What? Yeah, we even got, he has the receipts where we paid the vendor.
Yeah, he had the receipts of when we remedied.
sir, these issues are being raised for the first time. They did not submit it with the application. We don't have the documentation we normally would have. Alex Lopez complied it in 2019?
I think there are issues of fact here that I'm not cognizant of.
Sir, you had the city has the exact packet that you have with the same documentation.
Oh, it's a little different. This
I
is
mean,
what we
I
sent
have
the inquiry.
evidence that you paid somebody.
This is what we sent with our application to get here today.
Okay,
And then I did a timeline to them showing everything that
Yeah.
happened.
so everything's been.
So there's an affidavit by the code officer on 10/25 saying you were not in compliance.
There is no way.
Is
I
that the one we were notified that we never received? Because we never received that we were not in compliance.
No, we've been in compliance since the
No, I'm
last
saying
thing to do was
10/25, you said.
of 2019,
16.
of 16. I have no idea. That doesn't make sense.
Okay.
Because the guy did the last bit was the landscape, the sod. We
And that
got
was
the
10/10.
invoice, that was 10/10. That was when it was last, that was the last bit of stuff to do.
I don't suppose Officer Lopez is still around.
He's not in here. We can see if he's across the hall still. Yeah. He's gonna
I
check.
don't know, putting him on the spot with, the number of cases he has and asking him to remember this case off the top of his head is probably fair to him either. You know what I'd like to do in this case? I'd like to direct the city to do some investigation into this exactly. Maybe check with Officer Kirshner and see if he's still around, what he did, and check with Officer Lopez to see why he didn't comply with the property at the time. I feel like any decision I make here is going to be without a sufficient predicate to make it. And I want to give you a fair hearing here, and I want to also give the city a fair hearing as well. And I don't feel comfortable with the facts as they're being laid out here to make a decision.
You want to reschedule for your next appearance?
Yeah, you're welcome to. Yeah, reschedule for my next one. Because
Do you need me to bring the vendor who went out to the property?
any evidence that you can bring me about the actual date of compliance would be helpful. And I'd also like to hear from the city about
Yeah,
why they
'cause
didn't comply you. Because you're testifying that you complied, and I have evidence in the record that they did not comply you at the time, so I have to understand why that wasn't complied.
Yeah,
Normally we'd research that, but this is the first we've heard of it.
Yeah, I know, I'm not, believe me when I tell you, I understand.
Well, I was not aware of the 1025 compliance. I'd like to see that.
Yeah, well, I think that's kind of important. So let's reschedule this.
We'll notify you of the date of his next hearing.
It's April 1st.
When was it?
April 1st. You'll get a notice in the mail.
I'm sorry, you say April 1st?
April 1st.
Okay. So 11:30 on April 1st, right here.
Appreciate your patience on that. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Other matter number 12, CE 1005-0587, and other matter number 13, CE 1012-0149, same address, 1003 Grant Street.
Say 19? 12 and 13. Hard to be 19, there is no 19.
I know. Say stuff. I don't want that many cases.
I'm sorry, we're not clear if they were sworn in or not. Were you sworn in already?
I'm Honor Galina Vincent.
Yes, we were sworn in.
We are.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. Okay, going in chronological order, so case ending in 587 first. 1003 Grant Street, date ordered 7/21 of 10, fine started 5/19 of 10. 26 days, $50 a day, data compliance 6/14 of 10, total 1,300. New owner, and that's the only mitigating factor. Case ending in 149, 1003 Grant Street, date ordered 1/19/2011. Fine started 12/8/2010, ran for 27 days. Total is $1,350, total at $50 a day, data compliance 1/4 of 2011. New owner again, the only mitigating factor. City's asking for standard 25%. Just want to point out they purchased property appraised for $92,000 for the price of $50,000. So 25% certainly seems fair.
Tell me your names, please.
Galina Vincent.
So what are you asking me for, and why should I grant it to you?
I just want to ask you about reduce this deduction, lien reduction, because we bought, it's our unacknowledged, and we didn't know about what house have some liens, and we must to pay this. We pay almost everything. We paid last time 6,000. Before a year, we pay 6,000. $268.46, and last time we pay to city $6,012.83. We just don't want to pay this small amount of, because we can apply for reduction.
If I can understand, we're not clear what they're saying they paid for?
Yeah, I'm not either, but hold on
We
one
pay
second.
for all the liens. We pay $12,000 and $10,000 we pay on the closing cost. It was taxes no paid. We pay more.
A tax lien.
Abatement
Yeah.
fees.
Yeah.
Abatement fees.
Yeah.
Um,
Last time in your office, code enforcement, I pay $6,012.83.
All right, so let me just, so we know who everybody is here. So the owner is Grant 1003 LLC. Is that you? Who is Grant?
No, I'm not rented. I have a license for,
That is her.
rented? What
No,
is?
Grant, 1,000.
Grant, yeah, it
Okay.
is.
You own that company?
Yeah,
That's your company?
yes.
Okay. All right, the city offered to reduce it from $1,300 to $325.
How much?
Reduced from 1,300 to 325.
$325.
Your Honor, I guess one of her concerns is the lien keeps going on, you know?
No, we pay all. We
It's
pay
paid
all liens. It's only
I mean, I do recognize that it can be confusing and that there are sometimes different types of liens on the property from different things. What I can tell you is that when it comes to this particular lien, if you pay the $325 that the city is offering, I will sign a release of lien. It's a piece of paper that says it is gone.
Okay.
And then you can have that and keep it, and I
Okay.
think that would be
Thank you.
actually pretty fair, all things considered.
Was that for each?
Yeah, I will reduce each to, so you have two liens here of $1,350, so it's a total of $2,600. I will reduce each of them to $325 payable within 30 days. Once you pay that, I will sign a release of lien and you will be good, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Thank you.
To pay is on the bottom, okay?
All right. And then you're done, at least for these.
Other matter number 1, CE 1808058 1709 Mercer.
I'm sorry.
Number 1.
11. Okay.
Case ending in 580-1709 Mercer, date order 10/24 of 18. Fine started 12/26 of 18, ran for 100 days. Total of $10,000. Daily fine was $100 a day. Date of compliance 4/5 of 19. Same owner. The mitigating factor is he blames the contractor. City just wants to point out that this property has been cited 27 times under his ownership. City's asking for 50%.
27 times, huh?
I'm unaware of that.
That's a lot. So tell me what you're asking for and why I should grant it to you. So actually, first tell me your name.
First, Mike Prasad?
Okay, and you are the current owner of this property?
Yes, sir.
And you were the owner when it was cited?
Yes.
And the property currently is in compliance?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the current fine is $10,000. So we're all agreed at that predicate?
Yes.
All right. So tell me what you're asking for and why I should grant it to you.
I'd like to waive the lien because I hired a contractor to do the parking lot in the back of the building, and he dragged his feet on it. I went over to planning then, and then Paul Grealick and Danny Mendoza, they wanted a drain in the rear of the parking lot. So Sunshine Services, that was the contractor at the company, and they wanted an additional $7,500 just to do the drainage. And I didn't want to pay that much. It was too much. I then had to hire another company to do the to do the parking lot. So the other company charged me $6,000 total for everything, and Sunshine Services wanted the estimate I have it here, it was $5,500. And when he heard, I was being fined every day by the city $100, he knew my back was against the wall, and then that's when he wanted $12,500. But I hired another company and they did it for $6,000. Everything's in compliance, and he did the striping and everything, so.
How long was it out of compliance?
100 days.
It took us time to, we had to pull permits again and get with Danny and Paul.
Well, I expect the initial order also gave you time. So there was an initial order that gave him how much time? Do we have the original order?
Hang on. I don't know this, wait, yes I do.
But every magistrate will give you time to come into compliance before the fine. So after the fine started, then you then you had another 100 days before it actually got paid, before it got completed.
As a matter of fact, the owner specifically requested, Mr. Prasad specifically requested 60 days at the hearing. And that's what the city asked for. But then again, the case was for more than just that: trash can, fence repair, bare landscape, junk vehicle, and removing a tree stump. And again, cited 27 times with a history of us doing the property management, and then he cures the violation before a hearing.
Got to be honest, the 27 times kind of bothers me, Mr. Prasad.
Yeah, the code officer went out there and we got it corrected. The tree stump was actually on the other property, which I think they're going to be building townhouses next door. And the cars...
Tell me about why your property was cited 27 times.
The tenants, they would park like a car. I think there was a trailer there, but I told him to remove it several times, and he finally did.
Well, were they the same code violation? Do you know?
There's much of an overlap on all the various cases. Landscaping, junk vehicles, unpaved parking. Bottom line is it's a 10-unit property, but we're doing the property management to notify them with a notice, and then they abate.
I got to be honest, I'm a pretty sympathetic guy up here, but I'm not feeling that sympathetic. 27 times is a lot of times for a property to get cited. What are you asking me for?
A reduction. I mean...
You got to ask me for something specifically.
Well, I like to waive it, but obviously, I mean, with the amount of violations that we had...
I think we can all agree that that's not likely to happen.
Yeah, all right. Well, I don't know. 10%? I don't know.
No, 27 times, and I don't have a really good reason why I shouldn't in all equities. In all fairness, I'm not sure that after 27 times anyone should be getting a reduction, but I'll accept the city's recommendation in this case, and I'll reduce it by 50% to $5,000 payable within 60 days.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Here you go. Other matter number 3, CE 1702-0351. Other matter number 10, CE 1412-0115. Other matter number 11, CE 18100-402. And other matter number 15, CE 03110303, same address, 3415 Broadway.
What about 14?
It's a different address, but it's the same one. I can call it if you want.
Nope, I think we got enough.
Sorry. If we may, the city would like to separate it and do the 3 that are all new owners separately from the most recent one, which is same owner.
Proceed.
Okay, chronological order, case ending in 303-3415 Broadway, date ordered 8/5/04, fine started 10/24/04. Ran for 277 days, total is $13,850, $50 a day, date of compliance 7/28/05. Only mitigation is new owner.
Which number
Case-
was that? That was 15?
I'm sorry?
Which number was that one?
Ending in 303?
That was number 15.
15, yeah.
Oh, I don't have that in front of me.
Number 15.
No problem, just want to keep my cases straight.
I understand. Case ending in 115, 3415 Broadway, date ordered 1/7/15, fine started 2/7/15, ran for 310 days, total $77,500, $250 a day, date of compliance 12/14/15. Only mitigation again is new owner. Case ending in 351, 3415 Broadway. Date ordered 4/5 of 17, fine started 6/5 of 17, ran for 443 days, total $44,300. $100 a day, date of compliance 8/22 of 18. New owner, which is again the only mitigation. Only additional the city would point out is it took 3 tries for this property to pass a lien reduction inspection to get here. City's asking for standard 25%.
City's asking for 25% in each of these 3 cases.
Yes, sir.
Sir, can you tell me your name?
Barish, B-A-R-I-S.
Bars?
Yeah.
Last name? What's your last
Your
name?
last name, sir?
Kesser, K-E-S-C-R.
Kesser?
Mhm.
All right, Mr. Kesser. What are you asking me for, sir, and why should I grant it to you?
So the owner bought the property, the foreclosure. It was there was a lot of drug activity when we bought it. He cleaned it up. He spent about $100,000 on the property, and he had another property that's kind of in the same condition. I have the pictures of it, and it's just he spent a lot of money on it, and it's we cleaned it up. It has nice tenants now. We read rental license, with background checks. Very nice families. They live there. So, and he's an investor from New York. It's just, he's going through some financial difficulties. So we are asking to reduce it to, as much as possible. He's okay with like $10,000. That's kind of his budget.
Let's see, we got one with 13.8 on it, right? 850. We have one with 44,300 on it. The other one has 77,500 on it. So the quick math here is that you have 13,850 plus
We didn't call.
44,300 plus 77,500. You have $135,650 in fines. Does that sound right?
Yes, sir. That sounds correct. 25% of each would come to 33,912.
So the city has offered to reduce the $135,650 owed to $33,912, which would be 75% less.
Okay, it's just, it feels like we are punishing a guy who brings money to the city. He spent $1 million buying properties, renovating them, and cleaning them up. And I can provide you pictures of it.
Hold on one sec. So let me ask the city. So is that also the city's understanding that this was a distressed property that was purchased and then rehabilitated?
Yes, sir. That's why the standard ask is 25%, and that's all we're going with.
All right. And since the purchase of this property and then bringing it into compliance as the respondent maintained the property?
Yeah, we did some work with permits and
No, sir. The next lien reduction case will be under their ownership.
You know what? Let me hold on these 3.
Yeah.
And tell me what's going on the property that they own.
Well, today it's certainly in compliance, or we wouldn't be here. Case ending in 402, 3415 Broadway. Date order 12/5 of 18. Fine started 1/7 of 19. Ran for 365 days, $54,750. $150 a day. Date of compliance 1/7 of 20, which was after the lien reduction application came in. It's the same owner. There's not even a mitigating factor given. They first applied for this lien reduction in June of last year. Took to January to comply the fines that were running.
So they applied for a lien reduction before they had come into compliance?
That's common. It is common. What's not common is it took us 7 months to comply it before we can even consider a lien reduction.
Excellent.
In fact, under the new code that changed this past May, it would behoove them to not apply yet, because if they fail an inspection twice, the lien reduction application is denied. This was an earlier application, so it did go through. City's asking for 50%.
So you see here, the equities problem for me here is that, so there's the 3 properties that you're, I guess, is it your client?
Mm-hmm. Two properties.
Yeah. Set Realty LLC, that's, who owns that?
Tolga Topala.
Okay, and you're representing him here today?
Mm-hmm.
Are you an attorney?
No, I'm his broker.
He is the designated agent on the
He is-
application.
Okay, all right, so we're good on that. All right, so we have 3 properties that he bought and rehabilitated that generally the city is fairly generous about reducing fines on because of the reasons that you stated. Rehabilitating property should be encouraged, and I might even be willing to give you a little more of a break than the city gave you. However, the problem that I'm having here is apparently there's another property that your client owns, this 3415 Broadway.
It's the same one.
This is different from the other 3 cases, right? Or is this the same property?
Same property, sir. Same parcel number.
So you had a new violation once you owned it.
No, what happened was, so in May, I met a code officer, Joseph Patrick, at the property. So I was compliant, and I was under the impression we were compliant. Then another code officer wrote up the window didn't have permits. And my client had no idea because he hired a contractor and he paid him. It's just the guy never pulled a permit.
Answer your question, sir. They purchased in March of 2018. It was cited in October of 2018.
Yeah, by a code officer, that's not his area. So I was dealing with another person and we didn't know about this violation.
All right, so now I'm really confused by this. So there were code sections running. When did the previous 3 cases come into compliance? The timeline
I
here.
believe it predated their ownership. The first one complied in 2005, the second one in 2015, and the last one was, well, actually August of 2018, so several months after.
Okay, so there was a code violation, it was complied, they bought it out of, however they bought it, presumably with these liens attached.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and then subsequent to after they bought it, they were cited again for very similar code sections.
Yes, sir.
So we're all on the same page here, right? And that one ran for how long?
The new one or the old ones?
The new one.
365 days.
So a year.
Yes, sir.
As soon as we found out we pulled a permit and it's an occupied building, we did our best to change them in a timely manner. Because building department, they have to come for a bucking inspection. So the tenants, they cannot live without a window. So we had to organize everybody, move them out a couple days. And
So why did it take a year for you to?
because we didn't know about the permit problem.
I was noticed on in this case?
The notice was sent certified in regular mail to the address listed on PAPA.
I almost went to a hearing in September 2019, and Mitch found out about the permit issue in the last minute. Even the code officer didn't know about it.
Gotta be honest, it's not very persuasive.
Why? We can ask the code officer here. Joseph knows. It's not his name who wrote it up, the violation, and that's his area. And I met him multiple times during the time that we were in violation. It's just we didn't know there was a violation.
It was sent certified mail, right?
Certified and regular mail, and posted to property and posted to City Hall. I'm not really clear on the officer movement having anything to do with not being aware of the violation. He was moved to another area of the city subsequent to property being cited, but he still worked for the city as a code enforcement officer. Has nothing to do with notice, as far as I know.
All right, what I'm willing to do here is I'm willing to reduce each of these to 25%.
All four?
All four. 60 days.
How much is it?
I don't know. Yeah, she'll give you a thing, but I'll reduce them all by 75%. Payable within 60 days.
It's a lot of money, sir.
Yeah, just
It
one
is.
more.
It's just, you are punishing a guy who brings money here.
I'm not punishing anyone. I just reduced your fines by 75%.
Can I appeal on that?
Sorry?
Can I appeal on it?
I don't understand what
So
you're asking me.
he asked if there's the way to appeal that.
Is there a way to appeal that?
I don't believe that the code allows for an appeal under a lien reduction.
That doesn't.
I'd recommend you consult legal advice and certainly don't get it from me.
Okay, other matter number 14, CE 11070048, 805 19th Street.
$60.
Case ending in 048, 805 19th Street, date ordered 8/3/2011, fine started 9/7/2011, ran for 429 days, total $42,900, $100 a day, date of compliance 11/9/2012. The applicant is the previous owner. They've already sold the property, but they were also a new owner as far as the violation's concerned. They purchased it with the lien already there. Purchased in 2016 for $139,000, sold in 2019 for $400,000. The only mitigating factor is new owner. City's asking standard 25%.
Floor is yours again, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead.
I just want to show you pictures. If you don't mind.
You have to show it to them first. Okay, go ahead.
All the work was permitted. It was around same time he bought the other one, so it's from the previous owners. And I think the fine is around $47,000 total.
It is indeed. 40,
So-
actually it's 42?
42,900.
So about 43,000.
Yeah, so again, there was a lot of drug activity in the building, and I think,
So this was purchased with the lien already attached?
Yes, sir, and sold with the same lien.
Were there any additional code violations during the time that this
No, sir, I have
Realty owned
significant,
it?
no significant case history under their ownership.
And the city would agree that this property has been effectively rehabilitated?
Absolutely.
All right, I'll reduce it to 10%. 4,229, right? Is that my math?
4,290?
290, there we go.
Payable within how many?
Sorry?
Payable within how many days?
That is a fair question. Is there a time frame that works best for you on the?
No, the other one is very large, so this one is really 4,000 is nothing. It's just the other one that's a concern. I don't know the amount.
What was the time frame on the other one?
60. I can give you more time on the larger one if you need it.
Can you tell me the amount so I make a decision?
I didn't do the math. Oh, you did. So what's the? So all of the fines from what, there were 4 cases, just 47.6. And on the new case is 42.90. I gave your client 60 days on the first one, but I can give you more time if you need it.
How much is it?
47,600. Well, considering when you walked in here, it was 135,650. I don't think that's terribly bad.
They are from previous owners. We have nothing to do, and they are for like
three are from previous owners. 1 is not. 1 is from you. Right? Am I saying that wrong? That's correct, right?
That's
Yes,
a
sir,
lot
that's
of money,
correct.
sir. That's a lot of money for someone who's going through a bankruptcy.
Well, I can't account for that. What I can account for is what is fair, considering what I do for everyone else in the city.
Do you mind, like, they are rehabilitating these buildings? I mean, people are bringing money to this city.
I recognize.
25% is, like, it's allowed.
Understand, right, the difference between why I gave a much greater reduction in the last case and a not as large a reduction, even though, by the way, 75% is a pretty good reduction no matter what. But the reason I gave a larger reduction in the second case is that there were no original, there were no case code violations on the second property that came after you purchased the property. So I took into account that you took them on there. The problem with the first property is that you had several code violations that happened after you took the property, and they lasted for over a year, and I have to balance the equities in that.
Can you give 10% on the old ones?
I'm sorry?
Can you give 10% on the old ones? Because he had nothing to do with them. Like 10% of the old liens and 25 on the new one, if you don't mind. And Mitch will understand.
I'm not inclined to do that, and I'll tell you why. Because the reason that I reduced the other one is because you took care of the property once you got it. That's not the evidence on the first property. The first property is that it was a year before you brought this thing into compliance.
That's not true.
How many days was it out of compliance?
365.
So a year.
Well, we didn't know about.
The city noticed the property appropriately.
Do you have inspection dates that I had with Joseph Patrick in May 2019, July 2019? I met officers there at the property. Nobody told me about the violation.
That's my ruling. That's what I'm going to do. 60.
Other matter number 5, CE 1806-0690, 3012 Broadway.
Ms. Perez, have you been sworn in?
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be truthful and accurate under penalty of perjury on the laws of the state of Florida.
I swear.
Case ending in 690-3012 Broadway. Date ordered 8/15 of 18. Fine started 10/15 of 18. Ran for 344 days. Total $34,400, $100 a day. Date of compliance 9/24 of 19. Same owner. 9 cases under this ownership. And the only mitigating factor is they claim they didn't receive the notice for several months, but we've got the signature sheet for the certified mail at the address listed in PAPA 4 days after the notice went out. City is asking for 50%.
Can you tell me your name, please?
Veronica Perez, I'm the manager.
Tell me what you're asking me for and why I should grant it to you.
Yeah, that is correct. The violation was sent to 2340 Northeast 192, and our address is 1930 Northeast 22 Avenue. At the time, everything was updated. The address on the Zambis, the tax bill, and the property appraiser was the correct address. So I called the inspector. At that time, it was Montpremier, and he told me that I was right, that it was sent to the wrong address. I would like to know who signed the certified letter. Because yeah, but okay. Okay, so basically, we actually fix everything what it was on the violation. The thing was about the dumpster enclosure that it took some time. We had to order a survey. Then after we got the survey, we applied for the permit, and that was on November. And then the city put some comments, so we have to change it. I think they wanted to add some plants, so that's what we did. Then the permit was approved, and we started doing the work. And I think by January it was all done. But then the city put another comment regarding to paint parking sign. No parking inside, so we were done. So basically, it was the time of we were working on the project. So I'm asking for 10%. It's not that we didn't do the job, but it was just the time it took to go through the work done.
What's the city's recommendation on this?
City's recommendation was 50%. They were aware before the hearing that this was. They signed for it 4 days later. The hearing was in August of 18. They didn't apply for the permit even until November. That was the only violation they hadn't complied, but they didn't apply until then. And as for what the city asked them to do on the permit, that's the building division's requirements for that kind of work.
How long was the property out of compliance?
344 days.
Why did it take almost a year to bring this into compliance?
a year, 350. That because the evaluation was sent on June 2028, and then we started with the survey on November, on September survey, and then we apply when they gave us the service on November, and then we were done by February. But it was everything that it was the time it took to get from the permits to the work done and the comments, and I don't have
think about going to the city and asking for an extension while this was going on?
But we were, I was talking with Mr. Patrick, and we were, talking with, for us it was okay, but I don't know why, I don't know. If I knew about the hearing, I may miss the I don't know, he mentioned something about another hearing, but I didn't know about that hearing, so I didn't ask for an extension, but otherwise I would be here, I wouldn't be here like asking for an extension. So, but I was in touch with the inspector all the time.
Officer Patrick?
Yeah.
So the city's suggesting I reduce it to 17.2, and you're asking me to reduce it to 3,400, 3,440. Is that about right?
Yeah, 10%. Yeah. I don't have the number, but yet.
No. The fine is 34,400, right?
Yes, sir. 3440 is 10%.
And the city wants to hold to 50% instead of the typical 25% because of the length of time?
Same owner, length of time, and 8 other cases under the same ownership.
Yeah, why are there 8 cases under your ownership?
What are the other cases? I'm sorry.
Those were all complied before a hearing.
They're all under Lusana Corp?
I'm sorry?
It's all under Lusana Corp?
Correct.
And what is Lusana Corp?
The owner, there are 2 owners, Lusana Corp and Tatunga Corp.
It's similar to the other ones here. It's a 10-unit property, so if they don't stay on top of it, code winds up doing the property management, letting them know what's a violation, and then they comply it before a hearing.
They actually, everything was I don't know, like painting or cosmetics.
What is your position with Lusana Corp?
Manager.
I'll reduce it to 25%, which is $8,600 payable within 60 days. But 8 cases is a lot. Should not keep coming back like this.
Other matter number 6, CE 1811-0167-3008 Broadway.
This is BIA Group? Is this you as well?
I'm sorry?
No?
Via Group.
She's the designated agent for this one as well. I don't know what
Yeah.
the connection is between the LLC and the other corporation, but it's the same designated agent.
Okay.
Case ending in 167, 3008 Broadway. Date ordered 1/16 of 19, fine started 2/15 of 19, ran for 39 days. Total is $7,800. $200 a day. Date of compliance 3/26 of 19. Same owner. The only mitigation offered was they couldn't afford to bring it into compliance. They had plenty of time. There was 2 months before the hearing, 30 days after the hearing, then of course the 39 days was out of compliance after that. But there is no other significant case history. City's asking for 30%.
Go ahead, man.
No, that's pretty much all. We did a lot of work, and all the estimates we got for landscaping, there were like a lot of money, like 20,000, 24, and we have to get the money from somebody else to do it. And it took took like a little bit longer to get it done, but we have a few things to do at the property. We did it all, but the only thing was left was the landscaping. We tried to put some, instead of putting the entire, because we have to put the entire landscaping, what's the name? The grass on the, so the owner has to wait a little bit more, a few more days, or I don't know how many days, to get the money.
All right,
Because with the-
I'll reduce it to $2,000 payable within 60 days.
I'm sorry, how much?
2,000.
2,000.
Here you go. Ooh. Mhm. 2,060. Okay. Where were we? 33. Matter number 33, CE 19100306624 Upland Road.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, City of West Palm Beach. Property at 624 Upland Road was cited for 18-106L landscape requirements, 74-34-A-1-J, which is garbage can placement, and 78-6 numbering standards. This property was actually cited October the 18th, 2019. Certified mail sent out and received on December 9th, 2019, and the property was posted January 21st of 2020. Contact has been made with the owner. As of yesterday, the only remaining violation is 18-106L, which is the landscape requirements. The other two violations has complied. I'm asking 30 days to comply with $100 a day thereafter.
$30 days, $100 per day.
Yes, sir. 31.
The only thing remaining is the landscaping?
Yes, sir.
And you believe that's a reasonable amount of time for them to bring that into compliance?
Yes, it is.
All right, in case CE 191000306, make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of Code Section 18106.1. Respond has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day may issue.
Matter number 34, CE 19100308605 Upland.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, property at 605 Upland Road, was cited for 18-106B, excessive growth, and 78-6, which is numbering standards. The property was actually cited October the 18th, 2019. Certified mail was sent out and received December 13th, 2019. I also posted the property January 21st of 2020. No contact with the owner, but the only remaining violation is 78-6, which is the number, address characters, the number standards. I'm requesting 10 days to comply that violation or $50 per day.
Just the numbers left?
Yes, just the number.
All right, in case CE 191000308, to make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 78-6. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $50 per day may issue.
Matter number 35, CE 19100309244 Georgia Avenue.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement, property at 2404 Georgia Avenue, cited for 18-103B, which is roof repair and foundation, 18-106L, landscaping requirements. Property cited October 18th, 2019. Certified mail sent out December 6th, 2019. And the property was actually posted January 21st, 2020. No contact with the owner of the property. 18-103B, which is repair foundations and wall, has been complied. The only remaining violation is the landscaping, which is 18-106L. So I'm asking 30 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
So it's still the landscaping on the roof?
Yes, that's the only outstanding violation.
So the roof comply. So it's just the landscaping?
Yes, sir.
CE 1910039, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18106-1. Respondent has 30 days of compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Matter number 36, CE 191003111, 716 Sunset Road.
Don Williams, Code Enforcement. The property at 716 Sunset Road, cited for 18-106G, which is painting the exterior, 18-160A, 162A, which is rental license, and 74-34-A-1-J, which is garbage can placement, and 94-442-E, landscaping the swell area. Property actually cited October 18th, 2019. Certified mail was sent and received December 9th, 2019. The property posted January 21st of 2020. No contact with the owner. The only violation that was complied is 18-162A, which is the rental license violation that is complied. So remaining violations outstanding, and I'm asking 30 days to comply or $100 a day thereafter.
They got a rental license?
Yes, he did get the rental license.
So they still need paint?
Yes, need paint, and we need landscaping in the swell area, and also keep the garbage cans out of public view.
All right, case CE 191003111, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18106G, 7434A1J, and 94442E. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day. May I issue?
Thank you.
Matter number 37, CE 191100009, 718 Canoga Drive, rescheduled. Matter number 38, CE 191200273, 1017 Avon Road, has complied. Matter number 39, CE 20010094, 1136th Street.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. 1111 36th Street was cited on 1/8/2020. The property and City Hall were posted on 1/14/2020, and certified mail was sent on 1/10/2020. The property was cited for 26-35-B, 34-102B, 82-144. The property has since complied with 34-102-B. The city is asking for a one-time fee of $250 and 30 days to obtain the business tax for the church.
So there's a church on this property,
Yes,
and the church does not have a business tax receipt?
correct.
Have you spoken to them about it?
I have.
Have they indicated a willingness to do so?
Well, I spoke to the pastor and the attorney last year. There was another case, CE 190800132, and I did advise that a rental tax is required. They do have the exemption, but it's still required, and it still hasn't been applied for.
All right, and they are required under the city code to obtain a business tax receipt for a church?
Correct.
That's correct, right?
Apologize, I don't know that one, and I don't have the ability to look it up at the moment, because I don't have a computer.
It is required, however, they only pay the exemption as they'll have the 501(c). So it's the fee is actually, they wouldn't pay the fee that a traditional business would, but they do require a business tax, because there are several other churches in my zone and they do have the business tax.
So you get the receipt, you just don't have to pay the fee.
Correct, you just pay.
All they have to do is go get the receipt.
Correct.
All right, so in case, so you want me to fine them $250 for not having the receipt, huh?
So the $250, because the case number CE 190800312, there is a yellow truck that's advertising Florida Moving Pro. So there's two sections, one for the business tax for the actual business and one for advertising the business with that truck. So that's the reason why I'm asking for the $250, the one-time fee.
Because of the truck advertising business?
Correct.
Okay. Florida Moving Pro. Okay.
Correct.
All right, I'm with you now. I got it. All right, case CE 200100094. I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice sufficient. I find the property in violation of 82144. I find that said violation is irreparable in nature. I order the respondent to pay a one-time fee of $250 and to obtain a business receipt within 30 days.
Matter number 42, CE 2001-0132, 3818 Greenwood Avenue.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 3818 Greenwood Avenue, was cited on 1/8/2020. The property and City Hall were posted on 1/14/2020, and certified mail was sent on 1/10/2020. The property was cited for 105.1, 110.1, 74-34-A1J, 74-4-C4, and 94-482-A. The property has since complied with 74-34-A1J and 74-4-C-4. The city is asking for a split order. For 105.1 and 110.1, the city is asking for an additional 30 days or $100 per day. For section 94-482-A, the city is asking for an additional 10 days or $100 per day until compliance is achieved.
You want to give them the extra 30 days because it's going to take time to obtain the permit?
Correct.
Have you spoken with them?
I have.
Are they familiar with those deadlines?
Yes, I actually spoke to the owner yesterday. I think he moved from Miami, so he wasn't familiar with the codes for the city of West Palm Beach, and per the owner, he wasn't sure of how the permitting process works, but I did explain to him that installation of a shed requires a permit, so he will be applying for the permit.
All right, in case CE 200100132, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 105.1, 110.1, 9442A. As to 105.1 and 110.1, I order the respondent to come into compliance within 30 days or a fine of $100 per day may issue. As to 944882A, or give the respondent 10 days to come into compliance or a fine of $100 per day.
Matter number 44, CE 2001-0180, 4310 West Terrace Drive.
Natalie Clark, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement, 4310 West Terrace Drive, was cited on 1/10/2020. The property was posted on 1/16/2020, and certified mail was sent on 1/13/2020. The property was cited for 18-103J, 18-106A, 18-162A, 22-32A, 74-4-C4, 78-6, 94-302-A4, and 94-482A. The property has since complied with 18-103J, 18-106A, 74-4-C4, 78-6, 94-302-A4, and a portion of 94-482A.
What's still outstanding?
Still outstanding is 18-162A, 22-32A4, and 94-482-A. So 94-482-A was a two-part citation. One was for the unpaved parking, which the property has since complied with, and the driveway repair is still a violation. So for the driveway repair, the city is asking for 30 days or $100 per day. And for the rental tax and COU, the city is asking for 30 days or $250 until compliance is achieved.
Ms. Natalie, how do you know it's being currently rented?
I've spoken to I've actually spoken to the owner and the tenant. So the owner has since applied for the rental tax.
Is 18106A still at issue? No, that one.
No, that's complied.
So it's just the rental license and the driveway?
Correct.
Okay. And just because I didn't exactly hear what you said there, you spoke to the tenant?
I've spoken to the tenant and the owner of the property.
Okay, and there currently is a tenant on this property?
Correct.
Okay. All right, in case CE 2001080, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A. Give the respondent 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200. I further find the respondent in violation of 94-482A, specifically the disrepair of the driveway. I give the respondent 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $100 per day.
Thank you.
Matter number 45, CE 20010210337 337 South Sequoia Drive.
Good morning, Marcus Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. This Property was originally cited on January 10th, 2020. Certified mail was sent out January 14th, 2020. That was received January 18th, 2020. The property as well as City Hall was posted on January 24th, 2020. I've had no contact with the owner. They were originally cited for 18265, 94-302-A-3, 94-71-C, and FBC 1001.1. To date, as of the 3rd, the only thing that's been complied is 94-71-C. City's asking for 30 days or a $200 a day fine.
So they have the windows shuttered,
Yes, sir.
and as of this date, they haven't applied for a boarding certificate that you're aware of?
No, sir.
They put up a new fence?
They are in the process of constructing a new fence.
So they're putting up a new fence, and and as far as you know, they do not have a fence permit?
Yes, sir.
And what is the egress issue? Is that the board?
For the boards on the windows.
On the
yes, sir.
windows, okay. Well, they've made a lot of progress on the fence, haven't they?
Yeah.
So they put up much of a fence?
Oh, yeah.
All right, have you spoken to them?
No, sir. No contact with the owner as of yet.
They have complied with 9471C, though?
Yes, sir.
All right. Service by posting in certified mail?
Yes, sir.
All right, in case CE 200100210, I make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18265, 94302A3, and FBC 1001.1. Respond has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $200 per day. Measure.
Matter number 46, CE 2001021 1425 39th Street.
Marcus Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address in question was originally cited on January 10th, 2020. The certified mail was sent out January 14th, 2020. It was returned January 16th, 2020. The property as well as City Hall was posted on January 24th, 2020. And to date, I've had no contact with the owner. He was originally cited for 18-106-B, 18-265, 34-102-B, and FBC 1001.1. To date, 18-106B, 18-265, and FBC 1001.1 have been complied. City is asking for 10 days or $100 a day fine.
I presume the inoperable vehicle is that van with the flat tires?
Yes, sir. And the tag is expired as well.
Have you spoken with the property owner?
No, sir.
Certified mail and posting?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, and you were asking for 30 days?
10 days or $100 a day fine.
So all they have to do to comply is move that van? Or
Yes, sir.
get the tires filled and licensed?
Yes, sir.
All right. In case CE 2001012, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 34102B. Give the respondent 10 days to come to compliance or fine of $100 per day. Issue.
Matter number 47, CE 2001036 1425 40th Street.
Marcus Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address in question was originally cited on January 17th, 2020. Certified mail was sent out January 20th, 2020. That was received on January 24th, 2020. The notice was hand-delivered to the property owner's son on January 24th, 2020, who obviously he also lives at the residence. City Hall was also posted on January 24th, 2020. I have had contact with the tenant, not the owner. They were originally cited for 18-106-B, 34-102-B, 74-34-A-1-J, 94-302-A-3, 94-302-A-4, and 94-482-A. To date, 34-102-B, 74-34-A-1-J, and 94-482-A have been complied. The rest still stand. City is asking for 30 days or $200 a day fine.
So they have to cut the grass and to get a permit for the fence?
Yes, sir. Some of the pictures you'll see, the bottom of the fence has been torn down by their pit bull, and the neighbors have been complaining that in the afternoon when they come home, the pit bull has kind of dug under the fence and it gets out, and it has to date attacked at least 3 people in the neighborhood.
That sounds like a problem that's a bit larger than code enforcement. Maybe animal control?
Yeah, and some of the pictures you can see where in 2 separate areas where the animal has kind of dug a hole, kind of ripped the boards at the bottom off, and has started to dig holes to get up under it.
Do they need a permit to repair the fence, or can they just, I guess they probably do, right?
For fence repair, yes, a permit would be needed.
The fence is currently in a state of disrepair?
Yes, sir.
Should probably refer this to animal control too. All right, in case CE 200100306, make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106B and 94302A3 and 94302A4. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $200 per day. May I issue?
Matter number 48, CE 2001036, 2029 Ware Drive.
Marcus Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address in question was originally cited on January 23rd, 2020. Certified mail was sent out January 23rd, 2020 as well. That was returned January 27th, 2020. Property as well as City Hall was posted January 24th, 2020. I have had contact with the owner. They were originally cited for 18-106-B, 18-106-I, 18-107-1, 34-102-B, 94-482-A, and 94-71-C. To date, all violations still stand on the property.
Any contact with the owner?
Yes, I spoke to him yesterday. He did tell me that he had begun cutting the hedges on the south end of the property, but nothing else has been done to date.
The grass and other greenery on the property still need to be cut?
Yes, sir.
Is there still litter, trash, and debris on the property, including
Yes,
that
sir.
recliner and washer?
Yes.
Still trash on the property?
Yes.
Inoperable vehicles?
They have removed 2 of them, I believe, or 1 of them, I believe. 2 still exist on the property.
How do we know they're inoperable?
None of the vehicles have tags on them.
Driveway still in disrepair?
Yes, sir.
What's the outdoor storage? Is it that washing machine?
There was a washer or dryer, whatever it is. There's a TV out there, as well as a recliner.
Is the disrepair of the driveway the fact that it's cracking along the side?
Yes, sir. You can keep going.
30 days?
Yes, city's asking for 30 days or $200 a day fine.
All right, in case CE 200100386, I make the following findings of fact and law. Find notice is sufficient to find the property in violation of 18106B, 18106I, 18106L, 34102B, 9442A, and 9471C. Respondent has 30 days to come in compliance or fine of $200 per day. May I issue?
Matter number 49, CE 200103904, 407 South Sequoia Drive, rescheduled. Matter number 50, CE 200104041, 130 South Sequoia Drive.
Marcus Williams, City of West Palm Beach Code Enforcement. The address in question was originally cited on January 23rd, 2020. A certified mail was sent out January 24th, 2020. That was returned January 27th, 2020. The property as well as City Hall was posted on January 24th, 2020. I have had contact with the owner. He was originally cited for 18-106-B, 18-265, and FBC 1001.1. To date, 18-106-B has been complied. The rest of the violations still stand. City is asking for 10 days or $150 a day fine be assessed.
When you say the rest, we're just talking about the boarding?
The boarding, yes, sir.
And the windows are, yeah, okay, I can see. That's still the case, that they have the hurricane shutters up?
Rest, that's as of Monday.
You wanted to give them 30 days?
10 days or $150 a day.
Have you had any contact?
Yes, I spoke to the owner last Tuesday.
Did they indicate a willingness to take the hurricane shutters down?
He said he would. I explained to him that I would be back out this past Monday for a reinspection. He told me that he would have it done, and as of Monday, they were still on the windows.
He did not.
He did not.
All right. In case CE 200100404, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of Code Section 18265 and FBC 1001.1. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $150 per day may issue.
Thank you, sir.
Matter number 51, CE 19100-162, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 1514.
Officer Levine, how did you get lucky to be last on our schedule?
Most times I'm always last. Good afternoon, Officer Levine, City of West Palm Beach Code. This property is cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 12/7/2019. Email notification was sent to the property management on 12/7/2019 and again on 1/21/2020. Didn't get a response, and we don't have an active application in the system. Verification was done by property management, and the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
How do we know that there's a tenant there or that's being rented?
Property management verified that it's occupied.
I'm sorry?
Property management verified that it's occupied.
So the property management indicated it was occupied by a tenant?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you wanted to give them 30 days?
30 days to come into compliance at $200 a day thereafter.
All right, CE 19100-162, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 52, CE 19100-176, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 1524.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 11/9/2019. We did an inspection of the unit on 11/26/2019, and it failed for electricity. I've had no further contact with property manager, the owner of, I should say. So the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance at $200 a day thereafter.
So you spoke with property management again about this property? I guess it's the same building?
Yes, sir. Well, it's the same complex, yeah, same building.
And property management indicated that this wasn't occupied by a rental?
This one wasn't occupied at the time, but there is an active application in the system for the rental license. And like I said, it failed inspection and never heard back from the owner of the property.
So they applied for a license?
They applied for the license. We did the inspection. There was no electricity. So I'm not sure if he did go back and put electricity and put somebody inside there. But there is an active application in the system.
Is there a tenant there?
Well, at the time, no.
Well, technically, right, they wouldn't actually need the license if there wasn't a tenant, right?
Ball's in your court.
We'd kind of have to know if there's a tenant, right? Because you can apply for a license and not actually use the license, right? Just the fact of applying for it isn't necessarily.
Well, it's an indication that you are going to rent a property, because you wouldn't apply for a license if you're not going to rent the property.
Yeah, but they could conceivably change their mind, right? I don't know. What do you think?
I do see your point. I certainly came in today of my own mind that if you apply for one, you certainly are either renting or intend to rent. So you kind of bring it into the purview of needing to comply once you apply for it.
That is a fair point. Suppose it would be helpful if they responded. You've had no contact with the owner,
Yes,
right?
sir. And I wouldn't spend that kind of money because in most cases, these properties incur a penalty.
Well, it is preponderance of the evidence, so I'm going to say that they clearly are attempting to rent the place. So, case CE 191000176, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come to compliance, or fine of $200 per day shall issue. And one could point out they could come into compliance by indicating to the city that they are no longer intending to rent the place.
Matter number 53, CE 19100-239, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 517.
Unit 517 at 1401 was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. The property was posted on 1/14/2020. I've had no contact with the property owner or management, and I've no active application in the system. However, on-site property management has verified that property is occupied by a tenant, so the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
So you've been in contact with the,
On-site property management.
and they've indicated this is a rental unit?
Yes, sir.
And there is no rental license on file?
No, sir.
All right, case CE 191000239, to make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance, or a fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 54, CE 19100-240, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 2327.
Unit 2327, just like the previous unit, which has the same owner, was also cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Property was posted on 1/14/2020. I've had no contact with the owner of this property or their property management, and there is no active application in the system. However, on-site property management did verify that the property is occupied by a tenant, so the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, in case CE 191000240, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance, or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 55, CE 19100-250, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 825.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 10/21/2019. On 11/16/2019, we had an inspection which failed for plumbing in the bathroom at the time. On 1/9/2020, another re-inspection was to be conducted. However, the tenant wasn't notified by property management. I went ahead and set up another re-inspection on 1/18/2020, at which time the property manager canceled. Set up another one for 1/28, canceled again. And since then, I have not heard from him. Special magistrate, in a case like that where we have had several inspections set up, and one, the property failed and the others were canceled, city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
So they've applied for the rental license,
Back in October.
presumably paid for it, right?
It was paid for, yes. We went out and did the inspection in November, but it failed.
So they're pending passage of an inspection.
Yes.
As far as you, and currently you can represent that the property is being used as a rental?
It is occupied, yes.
Okay. All right, in case CE 19100-250, I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 2232A and 18162A. Give the respondent 10 days to bring the property in compliance, or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 56, CE 19100-251, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 2211.
This property, too, as the previous one, which has the same owner, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 10/21/2019. on the day of the inspection, which was 11/16/2019, the tenant didn't answer the door. Again, we set up a re-inspection for 1/9/2020. Tenant wasn't notified. Set up another re-inspection for 1/18/2020. Property manager canceled, and as well as 1/28/2020, where he canceled again. So the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
So this one didn't fail, it just never let you in.
This one that never let us in.
All right, case CE 191000251. I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 2232A and 181CC2A. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 57, CE 19110314, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 2013.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 12/3/2019. Email notification was sent to the property manager on 12/6/2019, as well as 1/13/2020. We've had no response from property manager. Now, I'm not sure what's going on with this property manager because him and I have been working closely over the past couple of years, so I'm not sure if he's in the country. I'm not sure if he's sick. I don't know what happened. But this is a guy that I work with on a regular basis, but it's strange that I haven't heard back from him.
Stark and Goldberg, LLC?
Well, the property manager, this gentleman in particular manages a lot of properties in this community. So I'm not sure what's wrong, but the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
There is a tenant on this property?
Yes, it's verified by on-site property management.
All right, case CE 191100314. I make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 58, CE 19110315, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 2213.
This property, like the previous one, which has the same owner, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Again, certified mail was signed for on 12/3/2019. Email notification sent to the manager on 12/6/2019 and 1/13/2020 with no response. Again, city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, CE 191100315. Make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. Find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 30 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 59, CE 19110316, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 2222.
This property was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 11/29/2019. On 1/24/2020, we set up an appointment to do an inspection of the unit. However, the handyman that was handling this inspection never showed up at the time of the appointment. We would reschedule the inspection for 1/31/2020, at which time the inspection failed for a leaking washing machine, an improperly working dryer, and weather stripping around the door. Now, what's amazing about this special magistrate is that the week prior to the inspection, the handyman was there taking care of the unit. The day before, on January 30th, he was also there taking care of the unit, and we failed the inspection on 1/31. I got an email from the property manager yesterday letting me know that the washer and dryer was going to be installed on yesterday. Around 10:15 this morning, I got a call from the tenant letting me know that the washer and dryer is still in the same condition. They never came to do anything with the washer and dryer since I did the inspection. So the city is requesting 10 days to come into compliance or $200 a day thereafter.
Well, somebody was not factually accurate there. In case CE 191100316, make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18162A and 2232A. Respondent has 10 days to bring the property in compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Matter number 60, CE 1911-0319, 1401 Village Boulevard, Unit 2226.
This property, too, as the previous one, which has the same owner, was cited for failure to obtain a rental license and certificate of use. Certified mail was service was accomplished by certified mail, which was signed for on 11/29/2020. Our handyman didn't show for the rental appointment, the inspection on 1/24/2020. Reinspection was scheduled for 1/31/2020, at which time it failed for weather stripping around the door. I was told yesterday again this was complied, and so the city is requesting 30 days to come into compliance, or $200 a day thereafter.
All right, KCE 19110-319, to make the following findings of fact and law. I find notice is sufficient. I find the property in violation of 18162A, 2232A. Give the respondent 30 days to come into compliance or fine of $200 per day may issue.
Thank you.
Is there any further business before us?
Did I say 30 days or 10 days?
Would you prefer me to amend that order?
Yes, can you amend that to 10 days, please, if you don't mind?
You have to come back. All right. Are we still on?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm amending the order previously in case...
Number 60.
Yeah, I'm there. KCE 19110-319. I'm going to amend the order to give the respondent 10 days instead of 30 days to come to compliance. Fine stays the same at $200 per day.
Thank you.
Any further business before us? All right, this meeting is hereby adjourned.